Hi, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started now. Welcome all of you to day 3 of this year's TCCA Leadership Conference. Today is the final day, but we have a jam-packed schedule of classes prepared for all of you, which we hope that you all enjoy. To start off, as always, you want to start off in the form of 3 bows. I believe all of you have heard me say this 6 times now, but again, the 3 bows represent a form of respect for our teachers and our guides. And we want to, as Alex Grabner shared yesterday, recognize Tzu Chi as a place, as a different place, as a place where we're learning from each other and that we're engaged and committed to being here. And so if all of you could join me in the 3 vows as we pay respect to the Buddha, our founder, Venerable Dharma Master Cheng Yen, and any other teachers and guides that we have. Please rise. Please place your palms together. First bow. Second bow. And final bow. Please be seated. All right, Zoom reminders. I've said this many times, but you all should know by now, please turn on your camera if you can. We want to see your lovely faces. And we will be taking a group picture today that will come later on today. Please also turn on your microphone when we are in our breakout room discussions. Use chat, use reactions to contribute to those conversations. If you haven't already, please rename yourself in the following format. So if you're on the teaching track, which all of you should be, the format should be your preferred name, and then in parentheses, your school or chapter. And then if you're on the teaching alumni track, you are in the wrong room again. The teaching alumni track room should be, they're meeting, they have a different set of classes for today. And so the link that they are using will pop up in the chat very shortly. There it is. So please join there. All right. And I'm gonna share this slide again. If you have not tried downloading our virtual Zoom background, if you would like, you can find the link there at tcca2021.card.co. Again, CARD has 2 R's. Also in that link, you will find a bunch of different conference materials, the conference reminders and recaps. Anything related to conference is located there. So you'll want to bookmark that for now, as well as for the future. Lastly, I want to remind everyone that this Zoom conference is being recorded and it is being streamed live on YouTube at bit.ly/2021TCCA. We're very appreciative, again, of all our viewers on YouTube. We hope that as you join us today, you're mindful, you're engaged, and you're active. We think today's classes will be really relevant for all the chapters as they plan for the upcoming academic year. And so without further ado, I'm going to first plug the Facebook and the Instagram. The handles are there, Tzu Chi USA and Tzu Chi YL. And then secondly, I'm going to pass it over to Amber and Jen to take us on the first class.
Okay, share screen. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 3rd day of conference and Build a Relationship Workshop. My name is Amber, and I am a UC Berkeley alumni and also past president of UC Berkeley Tzu Chi.
And my name is Jen, and I'm from the UT Austin chapter, Huckam, where I also served as the former president. Okay, so today will be, this is kind of like an agenda of what we'll be going over in our Build a Relationship workshop. We'll be talking about the 3 different relationships through a lecture, and then we'll have 2 breakout rooms. The first one will just be a discussion breakout room. We'll regroup and reflect with the whole group, and then we'll break out into some case studies.
Okay, yeah. So like Jen said, we'll be talking about the 3 different relationships that make up a strong chapter. And these 3 relationships are, first, your relationships with each other, so officers and general members. 2, your relationships with your advisors, and then finally the relationships with the people that you serve. And all 3 of these relationships are really important in creating a teaching branch that is both enjoyable for your members and also upholds CIGI's mission of service. So they are a big part of what makes CIGI unique, and we'll be going into more detail on each of them in the next few slides.
Yep, so the first relationship that we'll be going over is relationships with general members and officers. And so I like to call this slide creating a good community. So why is this important? Let's address that first. I feel like an organization without a community is really nothing at all. I feel like if a person can't find a community within TCCA, they will feel less inclined to attend meetings or go to service and social events. And same thing for an officer. If they don't feel part of the team, their happiness will suffer and their work ethic will suffer as a result as well. So I feel like a lot of people, when they say like what makes TC different, is the people that they meet and the friendships that they form in the organization. But how did these friendships start in the first place? People need an opportunity to meet others. And so an example of a lot of these opportunities is curating like socials after general meetings or a social after a volunteer event. And so these socials allow people kind of to get outside of the club's like atmosphere, kind of like outside, they can like get to know each other outside like club service events. And it's just like a more natural environment for people to just be themselves. If you do have group chats, making sure you keep them active. And even like, I know technology in Discord is like a big thing now. So maybe even having small Discord hangouts is a good way to just keep in contact with each other and support each other. Because college is very difficult and we should all try to be each other's support system. And the last thing can be said for communication with your officers, not only to make sure that responsibilities and operations are going smoothly, but also to just formulate a good like community and work culture, to be honest. And I think that is probably one of the understated responsibilities of an officer. I know many of y'all are officers at the moment or incoming. And so I think moving on to the next slide, building a community is really a job that's really hard to notice when everything is working out and thriving. But when things aren't working out, as chapters have their ups and downs, people definitely feel the absence of a community and people to lean on if you don't have it already established. And so it requires a lot of work to build these relationships, but the end result and the satisfaction makes it really worthwhile.
Yeah, so on top of that, your advisors are also a really big part of your connection to TCG. So having a strong connection with them is super important. And maintaining a relationship with your advisors, though, is still a bit different than with your members, just because you don't see your advisors as often on campus. So some ways that we like to build relationships with our advisors are to include them in our general meetings, keeping them constantly updated on our chapter news. So for example, at Berkeley, when we were in person, we liked to invite the advisors onto campus and they would attend our GMs with us in person. It was a really good way for them to get to know us while also being staying updated. On top of that, we also like to have member and advisor socials on top of the casual member socials that Jen mentioned earlier. So basically, again, including your advisors in the teaching community and having everyone get to know each other. Also, at the beginning of the school year, I've really found that it helps to have like an officer and advisor meeting in the beginning to discuss your school year goals and what each side can do to support the other. And on top of that, you can also have like follow-up meetings throughout the semester so that you guys can like keep each other on track and making sure that you're keeping up with those goals that you set at the beginning of the semester. And finally, sort of continuing the communication line, if you guys haven't already, it's super helpful to have a group chat with all of your officers and advisors, just so you guys can constantly keep in touch with each other and provide updates when you're not all on campus together. And it's specifically important to have all your officers or at least multiple in the chat, just because if it's just one officer and they suddenly become really busy, it's really easy for that chat to just fall inactive and then that communication to be cut off. So keep in mind that your advisors are always there to support you, and don't be afraid to reach out for help whenever you need it, because they're definitely going to appreciate that constant communication from you. And of course, make sure you can take an initiative with that communication.
All right, and then the last relationship that we'll dive into is the relationship with the people that we serve. And so I feel like this slide is congruent to another class thing that took part Saturday, The Roots of Our Service by Alan. And so I think that class has really deepened our connection to service and let us know that volunteering and service is always a two-way street. And so I feel like sometimes it's easy for us to get lost in kind of like the one-sidedness of like us giving the service, us giving the help, where it's really just like kind of like a two-way street and like a way of communication that we have with the people that we serve. I feel like if you like reach out and communicate with them, I feel like and be empathetic and understanding of what's happening and with their plight, I think it would really help to not only deepen your service, your connection with service, but also your connection to the people that you're actually serving. Because what is community service, what is volunteering, if not serving the people that are in need? And so I feel like through TC and TCCA, I feel like we often see volunteering as that form of two-way communication and mutual understanding. I think that is definitely the most rewarding part and the most unique part of our volunteer organization. And so I think just trying to make an effort to get to know people through your service, through conversations, empathetic listening. You don't even have to like say much. You just have to like listen to their stories, what they're going through. You can also like make jokes with them. I don't know, just initiating that conversation because you'll never know what you'll learn from them and gain out of the experience.
Yeah, so basically a common theme of these relationships is that communication is really key. However, the type of communication involved sort of differs between the different groups. So make sure that you guys are constantly engaging with your general members and officers, keeping your advisors updated and included on events and socials, and then also understanding the roots of our service so that you can uphold that with the people that you serve. And if one or more of these relationships is lacking in your chapter, it really makes running a teaching chapter and upholding teaching's values a lot more difficult.
So now we'll split y'all into breakout rooms to further discuss the core foundations for establishing good relationships within the TCCA sphere. By first kind of like breaking down relationships and like kind of going introspective with it. So facilitators will be there to help you guide your discussion, of course. And these questions should be posted in the chats right about now. Thanks, Amber. And so you'll have 10 minutes to discuss, and you'll be put into breakout rooms about no.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I have to manually move y'all back. My bad.
No, you're good. Okay.
Brian, just to confirm, we're supposed to be back in the main session.
Yes, my bad. I was gonna close room 7, but I forgot to close it before I moved y'all out. So I'm moving
Okay.
y'all back manually.
Okay, that's fine. All right, welcome again. As I was saying, let's give a chance for everyone to introduce themselves. It's a small group. You can ignore Brian. Well, I mean, he can partially participate. But I'll start. You all know me. My name is Steve. I feel like I've met all of you before, but I graduated from the University of Maryland, go Terps, in 2017, majoring in bio and global health. I was never a president, but I did serve on I was an officer for 3 of my 4 years in college. So that's a bit about me. I will pass it over to Eric.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eric. I'm a current senior at the same university, currently president. And yeah, I'll pass it off to Phyllis.
Hi, everyone. My name is Phyllis. I'm a rising senior at Emory University, and I study psychology and statistics. I'm currently an event coordinator for my chapter. I'll pass it on to Jason.
Hi everyone, my name is Jason. I'm an incoming 3rd year at UCSD studying applied math, and I am going to be the president for the UCSD teaching branch for the upcoming year. I'll popcorn to Jen.
Hello, my name is Jen. I'm from UT Austin chapter Hook 'em Horns. What else? I was former president and PR, but now I'm just old and still in the org. Pass it to Amber.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Amber. I graduated this year. That is all. I was also president and then former PR like Jen, actually.
I did not know that. Okay, so the questions, let me pull them up. They are in the chat. The chat is empty. All right, just I'm just gonna copy and paste again. Oh, thanks. And I believe Ling is a Sugu who's on documentation, but correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. Hello, Ling Sugu.
Greetings from Fresno.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Steve, you're muted.
I realized that. Thank you, Ling Sugu. We can answer the questions in any order we want. But the first question was, what makes you close to a person or feel close or comfortable? I'll open it up to anyone.
I can go.
I can go.
Oh,
sorry. You can go. You can go ahead.
Okay, cool. I guess if a person's kind, if they communicate, like Jen Amber said, communication is a two-way street. So it's important that both people kind of like exchange communication back and forth. Yeah, no, like I think communication is a big part.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I think for me, I would say it'd be time, like the time you spend with someone, all the things like communication or like getting to know each other, it comes along with the more time you spend with them.
Phyllis, do you want to add anything?
I think Amber and Jim probably already like said this in the lecture, but I think having some social outside the service or just like hang out after like we volunteer could be really helpful to be like close to each other.
Yeah, totally agree. I'm curious, and this is just me like freewheeling now. A lot of times people often say that you need time to get close to someone. And so I want to ask like two counter questions, which is, have you ever been close with someone very quickly that it didn't require that time? Or on the other hand, have you ever known someone for a long time and are still not close with them? And why is that the case?
For me, yes to both, actually. I think time, I think of time as like, it's like you need to spend time with a person rather than like you need a long time to get to know a person. If like you like are really compatible with that person and like you don't need a lot of time, it's like you can get to know each other really fast. An important part is like you're willing to put in time for each other. I think that's what's like important.
Okay.
For the first part of the question, I think it might just be in personality, but like I feel like if I'm meeting someone for the first or second time, I wouldn't like rush to be that close to them. Like it's because I'm just a cautious person, I guess. But for the second question, like knowing someone for a long time but not being close to them, I think that's just really because sometimes there's gaps in the times you get to meet them. Like I can think of like right now, my friends from high school, there's a lot I haven't been in touch with, but recently I did get in touch with some of them. And I feel like that hasn't really changed, but we get to hear a lot of stories about each other that's happened in the past year.
All right, I'm going to push the conversation forward because we have 2 minutes left. I'm curious, like how much of this, of like developing a close relationship can be like forced, right? Like if we place you in the setting and make you do the right things and ask the right questions, can we like help make you two people closer? Or is it just as Jason was saying, right? Is it just natural? Is it just like a matter of like, do your personalities mesh together?
I think it can help, but like to a certain point, it's like you can like put these people together, but it's like if they don't put in any effort being friends, then like it won't help. But like by establishing an environment, it's like it could potentially lead to a friendship, I guess. But yeah, once again, it's like people have to like put in the effort and friends with each other.
Phyllis and Jason, do you agree, disagree? Brian and Amber, you can also comment.
Yeah,
Let's
I
go
definitely
ahead.
agree with that. And I think one of like the good example would be like before pandemic, when you were still like in Emory, you would like organize those small games before like during Food for Thought. And I think those games really helped me to kind of build this relationship with people I don't know. So I think yeah, that definitely helped.
Jason, did you have anything to add? Or I also know Sandra, you're on, maybe.
Yeah, I barely logged in. But I think we're talking about being comfortable, right, with meeting new people, right? Yeah, I
Yep,
think just
sure.
adding on, just adding on. I remember like my first time entering a sushi space. It was very welcoming. So just like doing that again, and especially doing the icebreakers because doing participating in our icebreakers like definitely helps.
All right, thanks for sharing, Sandra. I mean, there's a reason why I ask those questions. There's always a reason why I ask those questions, which is I think that especially as chapter leaders, we can be very intentional with the setting and the community that we're creating. And no, Eric, right? We definitely if the members aren't willing to engage, that it's limited, but we can definitely do our best as leaders to create that environment. And so with that, I'm going to pass it back to Amber because I know everyone's back.
Okay, cool. Share screen again. Okay, so I was in like the main room discussion. I heard a lot of good top sharings, and we're gonna now hear from you guys what you have to share in some of your groups. But before that, I also wanted to share a story that I have in relation to one of the three relationships and TC. So this has to do with like member relationships and for the question, like what makes you close to a person or feel comfortable or comfortable to a person, I've always felt that if I can get to know a person like outside of just the work that we do, that really helps me to be able to work with them a lot better. So when I first joined teaching, like as an underclassman at Berkeley, the club was actually like super small. So there simply wasn't enough officers to like plan socials and have everyone get to know each other. So it was very much like people would go to volunteer events and then we would just like go back home and like we didn't really have like any lasting interaction with each other. So it was really hard to get to know other people and make new friends. And I think because of that, the retention rate of like our teaching chapters started to drop just because people weren't really able to get the connections that they maybe wanted to when they joined. So once I became an officer, our officer team really started to build the foundations of a stronger social community. So we started doing more things like having Discord socials and then like cooking sessions. This was all like when we went online for the pandemic. So we did everything virtually. And then we also started a family system so that like everybody could get a big or a little, and in that way sort of get to know somebody outside of just TC work. And then hopefully once we return to in-person, they can have somebody to attend events with. And then from there on, hopefully that community will start to build and grow. And I've definitely noticed that like in my like last semester, I got to know a lot more people that I wouldn't have met otherwise. I met my two little, Selena and Estella, who are also here. But I think because of that, that community, TC has started to feel a lot more welcoming and just a really enjoyable place to volunteer as well. Yeah, so I also wanted to open the floor to you guys. If you guys have anything that you learned, maybe in your discussions, or if you have something that your own chapter does to maintain any of these three relationships, I think it would be super helpful for maybe other chapters to hear if they have some issue that is similar to yours that they are struggling with. So, if any volunteers want to share. Ling Ling?
Okay, I wasn't sure how the whole raising hand thing worked, but okay. I guess although we didn't go super into detail about how each of our chapters kind of connect, something I do know is even though I'm not super familiar with like my school's Siching chapter because of the pandemic and joining when everything was kind of in the air, I'm very familiar with the Tzu community in Seattle because I was born and raised here and like been going to Tzu Chinese school all my life. And something I think is pretty impressive about the Tzu community in general is how people come together through volunteering. So even though that's like the act that we do all together, that we all come to do, it's also a place where socializing, sorry, my English, socializing can happen. And I think that's pretty impressive in terms of like building a community that's based on volunteering. So some of our best like memories might be actually doing the volunteering together. So even when I was in high school, like our Chinese school and Siching would come together to do beach cleanups. And that's where I started making some of the relationships that I remember to this day, like some of the past presidents or something being so welcoming and offering advice. I think creating connections starting when you're young is pretty impressive. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to share.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I think that's super impressive. And I also agree with you. I feel like I've met so many people through TC that I otherwise would not have met. Like, for example, like people in different years or like people different majors, these people that I rarely would otherwise have the chance to meet. I think it's like really cool to like get to know friends from other backgrounds, and then we all have this like common passion for service, and I think that's what like ties us together, and that's something that I always really appreciated about Sajid. Yeah, if anybody else would like to share, you can just raise your hand.
I'm gonna volunteer Grant and his group because they had a really good discussion.
So with our group, some of the things that we thought about were about making a relationship strong. And we thought about being similar in values and personality, and just being open to talking with other people. But we also talked about a few of the things that may make relationships a little bit difficult to form. And obviously, with the latest pandemic, it's really been about physical distance. So one of the volunteers in my discussion was in the New York chapter, and they have a spread out community. So people would get together and they would volunteer, but then after they end, like they would then disperse back to their respective colleges. And that makes it a little bit difficult to form events and to spend time with each other, because time is also important for forming those relationships.
Nice. That yeah, I feel like y'all's discussion was really insightful. I totally agree with that. I think y'all talked or touched on like how leadership is really important in relationships as well. And I thought that was really interesting. Like I never really thought about like how leadership ties in with initiating like conversations. Like you kind of have to like be that like model or like be the person to like initiate and start things up, and that can inspire others to like kind of do the same and start formulating the relationships and kickstarting them. So yeah, awesome.
Yeah, thank you for sharing on behalf of your group, Grant. But I think in the interest of time, we'll just move on to introduce our second breakout room. So for our second room, we'll be putting you guys into breakouts again, and then have a sort of like simulation of each of these three relationships. So your facilitator will send a link to your assigned case once you guys have broken off. And then each of you guys will choose a role from the list of roles in the case document. And then you'll read through the information presented in each roles document. If this sounds a bit confusing, your facilitator will also help you with this. And make sure that you only open the document for the role that you're playing, because each role has like insider information that only you know. So you're going to use the case and this insider information and also the hints to think of a way to improve your group's relationship and work towards the goal. So basically think of it as an issue that your own chapter is facing and how you guys would work together to figure out what's happening and how to fix it. So remember that everybody plays a part in the communication, so don't leave anybody out in your discussion. And then once your group has solved the case or come up with a solution, there's going to be a brief reflection session right after that for you guys all to sort of discuss what you've learned and about the importance of these relationships. And then when we come back, each group is going to share the solution that they came up with. So I think whenever Brian can do the breakout rooms, we will break out.
So I'm a little confused. Which room am I in?
So Grant, you are now in the main room. Some new people join. Yeah, so the people in this room is now Grant, Steve, Jason, Phyllis, Sandra, and Selena. I'm gonna reassign you since you rejoined.
All
Okay.
right. Grant, do you want to facilitate?
I would love to facilitate, Steve.
All right,
Do we
great.
have the same case though?
I don't know. I had
I don't
advisor.
think- Oh, I think you.
Yeah, we had the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. So I go. Okay, Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, that
I will
hopefully
sit
that
back.
link works right there. So everyone's going to click on this link and go to case number 2.
It says I need access.
Never mind then. How do I edit that?
Wait, you should just share directly to case 2.
Hold up.
Should I share?
If I do this, does this link work? Did I even change anything?
No.
I think
Here,
it's the same.
Let me share.
Wait, I got this. I figured it out. There we go. Okay. So we're all going to be assigned one of these rules here. And then we're going to act it out. It's a little bit confusing at first, but it makes more sense once you actually click on your role and you see what is in your role description. So who wants to be the president? It's either going to be me or you, Steve. And I think you have more experience.
Wait, no. Why would it? I think Jason should be the president because he's actually going to be the president.
Okay, so Jason can be the president. Who wants to be the activity chair?
I can be the activity chair.
Okay. Now we got, how many of us are there? There's 6 of us at least. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 6 of us. Okay. So there's going to be 2 officers and then 2 advisors. Steve, do you want to be advisor? Do you want us to be advisors?
I'll be the advisor. You can just be a facilitator.
Oh, right. I got it. Okay. So then the last 2 people will be officers. That should be Phyllis and Ling, right?
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so everyone click on your role.
Amber, are you helping with
And-
the links?
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'm like in the middle of changing. Some of them are changed, some of them are not.
Everyone click on your role and take a look at what your task is. I'll give you each a minute, like 2 minutes to read it over.
I think I still don't have access to officer.
Try refreshing it. It should work now.
So I'm just going to read out loud, though, the one that everyone has. So the situation is that after a year of online schooling and volunteering, which is what's been happening, your chapter's communication with the Shubu advisors has become distant. Develop a scenario in which you address the situation and come up with a solution to improve the officer and advisor relationship. Remember, you should be thinking about how to build advisor relationships, and there are a lot of ways to do this. So the scene is, I should not click on, wait, what? Okay, so the scene is you are an officer or an advisor at a meeting, and this is the first time you're having this joint meeting since the start of virtual schooling. So let me know when everyone is done reading over their roles. It's a little confusing here. It's a little bit of acting here. And the president should speak first. That would be Jason.
Okay, so if everyone's ready, hello everyone, welcome to our officer and advisor meeting. To start off this meeting, let's go ahead and do the 3 bows. And then we do the 3 bows Okay, so the first thing on our agenda for today is to share how everyone has been doing ever since the pandemic started. So do we have anyone who'd like to share?
I can share. Um, so now that we're transitioning back, I'm concerned because it seems like we disconnected so much, and I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed as the activities chair because not only do we have to do like in-person community service, but also enforcing and encouraging to follow the COVID guidelines. So everybody feels safe and comfortable with one another. So I'm just feeling a little bit overwhelmed, but at the same time concerned because I don't really know who to go to with this, or like to help me in terms of um, advisors.
Right, yeah, since we are moving towards in-person events, I also am wondering what are some guidelines that we can take to make sure that our members, our participants are safe during our volunteering events. Do our advisors have any advice for us?
Well, firstly, I am so happy to meet some of you, maybe for the first time. Hopefully we can meet in person soon. This is actually very real because I don't know you all very well. And we are having our first officer meeting. But I'm very, very encouraged that you all want to put on some in-person activities. I think we can work together to make sure that we are all safe and sound in these, when we do these activities. And I think it depends on what activity you want to put on, but I think there is a way to do it safely in this pandemic.
Does our officer have anything to say here?
For me, I'm also a little bit concerned in terms of not having like a social or interaction directly with our advisor and the peer officers. So I think we should have some sort of like online socials in order to like know better our advisors. So what do you think of this, Jason?
Yeah, I think we should definitely arrange some times. I know all of our officers, since we do have college classes during the quarter, everyone is going to be busy, but and also our advisors all have their work and family matters to take care of. But I think we can plan some socials, maybe during times that are holidays or breaks. Does that sound good?
I think that sounds great. I am not so good at Zoom. I am not so good at Discord, but I am willing to learn. So as long as you give me the space and the time and the guidance to learn, I will try to socialize and meet all of you in whatever way possible. I also know, I would also, like Phyllis said, I really want to meet you all. I have a lot of food here that I would like to send your way. Maybe I can Uber it or deliver it to you, send a UPS. But I am very excited to help you out and support you and mentor you in whatever way possible.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you so much, Steve. I think our officers, we can come together to create a document to kind of go through the instructions for Zoom. And if you still have any problems, we can also include our email addresses or phone numbers. So you can call us anytime for any of these technical issues. Does that sound good, officers?
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. Also, if you think I call too much, please feel free to tell me and I will call less. I'm afraid that some of you might not want to hang out with me. So just let me know, and I will keep in touch as much as you would like me to keep in touch. And if you are stressed or if you want some time to focus on school, I will respect that too.
I think it would also be helpful to kind of like have a one-on-one chat with our advisor so that we can like know them, like know their personal like interest and hobbies, kind of like that.
I hate to interrupt, but I think we're starting to run a little bit low on time, so we should start the reflection. So I noticed that people were getting more into it as time went on, and that's just natural. People warm up to this activity. I just want to comment about Steve having trouble with Zoom. That is not a lie. But
hey, excuse me, my Zoom skills are pretty good. I have successful. This conference has been quite successful so far.
it's been
Discord, maybe not.
So let's think about this activity a little bit. What do you think was the point of this sort of scenario?
I think the main focus for this conversation was to really create opportunities for the officer team to connect with the advisors who they aren't so familiar with or had the chance to talk to.
I would agree. I think personally, this activity is supposed to remind us that when it comes to our relationships, it's important to take initiative and to reach out to people that we may not have been able to talk to in a long time. Does anyone have any thoughts about how we communicated? Or just about the activity in general?
I think there are definitely like many ways to stay connected. Like we have so many technology, but it's also important to know to kind of realize that 事不识博, they might not be very familiar with this technology. So helping them like get those tech issue fixed is very important, and you know, to stay connected with them.
Yes, that's very important. So in addition to maintaining communication, taking initiative, it's also important to keep in mind that people are different. They have different scenarios, different backgrounds, different things they're going through. So it's important to communicate with them and understand where they're coming from. Any thoughts for anyone who hasn't spoken in the reflection yet?
So I'll just quickly share. Phyllis, I know your advisor. Jason, I also know your advisor. Sandra, I do not know your advisor. But I think especially as Grant and I and Amber have developed this class, I think the advisor relationship is so important, and it can make and help you lift up your chapter. And so figuring out a best way to communicate is so important. I know when I was at Emory and also when I was at Maryland, right, one of my goals as an advisor was to really make sure that I was supporting the chapter officers as best as they wanted, right? Because I wanted them to succeed. If I didn't have to do anything, that would honestly make my day. But we all know mentorship is really key. And so so having that conversation of how you would like that advisor relationship to happen
Thank you,
is so
everyone.
important. All right. Grant wants me to be quiet now, so I will.
No, it's just everyone's coming back.
Okay, is everyone back? Okay, I think everyone is back, so I will share screen again. I was like hopping around the rooms and I heard some interesting discussions, but I didn't stay for all of it because I want to hear at the end when everyone's sharing. So now we'll just get started with the group sharing. So basically, all the groups that went, we'll just go through and you could talk a little bit about what solution you came up with, or maybe what you anything significant that you guys discussed that you just want to mention, or maybe anything that you learned. Yeah, so Jen, do you want to read the first case to everyone and then the case one?
So case one was about member relationships. So it is the middle of the school year and attendance rates at general meetings are steadily decreasing. Oh no. Members have become less responsive in group chats / overall. Develop a strategy to mobilize officers / general members alike and save the organization. So I believe Marilyn's group and Evelyn's group had this case. If one of y'all's group wants to share first, please go ahead.
If no one wants to share, I can go on behalf of my group. So we play out the scenario, and then our chapter president started off on like talking, just kind of mingling with the members, and they got the information that the members wanted some more events rather than just a few ones that were sprinkled in. So that played into the officer for activities saying that they were overwhelmed. So that's why there weren't that many events. So the vice president stepped in and was like, hey, I'm not really doing much right now. I can help out with that. So then they were like, cool. And then one general member suggested that they do river cleanups because they really wanted to help with that. So then one of the officers suggested, hey, that's a great way to kind of ask our members and our own friends to come in and see if they are interested too. So that's kind of how our scenario played out.
Awesome. Yeah, y'all's discussion was awesome. And the role playing was on point. I feel like everyone, like you said, was able to like come together and like realize that there was a problem and that there's like a common goal and solution. And I think a general member took initiative to like pose the idea, and then like the vice president, the president, like were like analyzing and talking about it and agreeing with it. And so it was just like a really good example of like building a community, trust in your officer team, and not only your officer team, but your like your club, like your general members, listen to them, listen to their ideas. Awesome. And then I believe there's another group that did this case. If you would like to go ahead and share your thoughts, how it went.
Do any of y'all want to share? Or I can do it. All right, I'll do it. So I feel like my group did a really good job of like getting into like the different, like the really getting into the situations of the different roles and kind of bringing it up in discussion. And a lot of like the uncertainty or like the awkwardness, it was like everyone like handled like the situations really well in like the respective roles. And some of the ideas that our group brought up was like having socials, like going hiking or playing sports, like trying to do events outside of volunteering, doing some fun things like maybe having picnics or having socials. I believe an idea that we brought up was like our general member brought up was having an ice skating social, and to like also, and someone else I think the activity officer builds on that to bring it up, like we could also use that to get connected with different volunteering organizations. And yeah, I think that we came up with some really good ideas, and everyone was really communicative and being really open and honest. And also like they really like try to affirm and reply to each other's ideas, which I think was like really good. So yeah.
Yay, that's awesome. So happy to hear that. That's a really great example and great model of, wow, y'all came up with a lot of different solutions and great ideas. That's awesome. It was a good brainstorming session, to be honest. But yeah, good job at pointing out like the different roles that people can play in an organization and how they're like rooted to a common goal and they're communicative and just open and honest about each other's ideas. That's super important in a community. It's great. Okay, I think we can move on to the next case.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to start moving a little bit faster just because we're running a little bit short on time. So the second case was focusing on advisor relationships, and the prompt was, after a year of online school and volunteering, your chapter's communication with subu advisors has become distant. So develop a scenario in which you address this issue and come up with a specific solution to improve the advisor relationship. And the groups were Grant and Steve together, and then Roger. So if anyone from those two groups wants to share first.
I can speak pretty briefly here. So we didn't have quite enough time to get into the solutions, but the solutions we had were a little vague. It was just socials in general to try to get the advisors and the officers to talk more with each other, and then also possibly to develop a document for instruction on how to use online media for the advisors.
Okay, yeah, that sounds super cool. I think that would actually be really helpful for advisors in real life. But yeah, moving on to anyone from Roger's group. Okay, I don't know where Roger's group went. We're running a bit short on time.
I can share.
Okay. Go ahead.
So yes, Subos and advisors and even, yeah, they're all essential in the, in the TCCA. And so we also came up with the same stuff as what Grant's group did. We went more in detail with like socials, so such as picnics, outdoor picnics, where we can like play some mini games and just create a stronger bond with the community. And then we also got into another social with it's like a potluck or a hot pot, social. And basically it's just the same thing, trying to talk to just to get to know each other better on a better scale. Yeah.
Nice. So it looks like you guys also came up with similar ideas to Evelyn's group with the picnics. So that's super cool. Okay, and our last case was on the people that we serve. So the prompt was, your teaching chapter is volunteering at a homeless shelter meal distribution and somebody is causing a scene complaining about the food that you're serving. They want meat, not veggie burgers. Discuss in your group how you would work together to calmly diffuse the situation. And those groups were Nicole and Alan, I think. So if anybody from those two groups wants to go first.
I could share. This is Alan. So quickly, a summary. Selena and Noor gave our officer group, Ling Ling and Angel, quite a hard time. And Angel was extremely patient with Selena, and they had quite a long conversation where Angel tried to convince Selena, just try the burger, please. And then eventually we had the president step in. Ling Ling came in, started explaining the health benefits of eating vegetarian, and also started asking the homeless shelter people about their day. So in our reflection, we really liked how Angel was really patient with the members, and that sort of the health benefits were brought up, so connected back to TC, and also just asking about the homeless people's day, really beginning to humanize them, and that really diffused the situation. So that's what happened in our group.
Nice. Yeah, I think that I joined your discussion at the end. I feel like that was exactly what I also had in mind when we were making this. Okay, and then the last group is Nicole's, if anyone wants to share, or Nicole wants to share.
I can briefly share for our group, but also for our role, we had a couple of members who did a really great job, like really getting into the role and acting as like the homeless people that we're helping to serve. And just as a quick summary, like they were definitely like really pissed and irked that they were getting veggie burgers because they're really used to getting meat burgers. So I think in the very end when we were reflecting, the most important thing to remember as officers, because I have played the role of an officer, is like from our end, we might feel like it's kind of annoying because like we're getting you food and at the very end of the day, like you should be grateful, but that's not the mindset we should be having. And we should try to put ourselves in the perspective and in the role of other people, because sometimes it's not like they're complaining about the food that much. They just had a really hard day and they have a really hard life. So a lot of times they have other things going on in the back of their brain. So it's really important to not only address their concerns, but also ask them how they are and like their well-being as a whole. Like, oh, how have you been doing? How's this week been for you? And a lot of times they just want someone to really talk to and listen to their concerns.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. That's I totally agree. I think like a lot of times, like sometimes when people react, it might not necessarily be due to what's at the surface. So it's really important to talk to people like we mentioned earlier. But yeah, just to summarize things up really quickly, as you guys can see, a lot of groups came up with different solutions, even when presented with the same issue. And this really shows how there are a lot of solutions to the same problem, depending on the ideas of the people involved. So if you guys ever encounter similar situations in real life, make sure that you work together with the people around you and be creative, because you never know what you'll come up with. And it's also really important, like you guys hopefully learned that you never really know what others might be going through, which is exactly why this communication and relationship building is so important.
Yeah, I hope these simulations have helped you imagine very possible situations that you can be in and that can happen to any TC chapter. So I hope that has helped you come up with or hear ideas about how to resolve them.
Yeah. So thank you guys for attending and participating, and hopefully you learned something, and I will pass it back to Steve now.
Thanks, Amber and Jen, for the wonderful class. I very much enjoyed acting and seeing everyone else act as well. And so hopefully you enjoy the activity as much as I did. We are now going to move on to a quick break, but before we break, I will pass it over to Estella to take a group photo. I know this is kind of awkward, but we're gonna try it. So if you could turn on your camera, and Estella, I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, so this is pretty simple. I just need you guys to like smile for like 20 seconds straight, just because there's like 2 pages and I just want to make sure that I get everyone. And then while I'm doing this, I'm gonna also ask Selena to also screenshot just so we have a backup just in case. But yeah, all right, smile. All right, hold your smiles. I'm going to the second page right now. All right, I think I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, y'all. I'm gonna put up the slide. The breaks are shorter today, so please be mindful. Please be back in roughly 7 minutes at 3:45 Eastern, 2:45 Central, 12:45 Pacific for the next class. All right, thanks, y'all. All right, everyone, we're going to start again in, let's say, 30 seconds. So if you can hear my voice, please get ready to come back so we can move on to our next class. All right, so let's go ahead and get started again. I'm going to quickly pass it to Nicole and Amber, who will talk about the next class, Pitch Perfect 4.
Thanks, Steve. So hi, everyone. Welcome to Pitch Perfect 4 Teaching Edition. I'm Nicole, an alum from the New Jersey and New York City community chapters.
Hi, everyone. Again, this is Amber from UC Berkeley. Okay, so today we'll be going through a lecture on anxiety and public speaking and some tips and tricks to improve. And then we'll have a breakout, just sort of a safe space for you guys to talk about your experiences with public speaking. And then we'll have another lecture that's more TC related, and that'll be putting Tzu into terms that is digestible to the general public, and then also differentiating Tzu and Tzu from other volunteer organizations that you might have on campus. And then our final breakout room will be a pitching practice with each other.
Yep. So when you think about public speaking, what comes to mind? You may be feeling nervous or anxious or terrified, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah, don't worry, because we also used to feel this way.
To be honest, I still feel nervous speaking in public, and for me, Tzu really pushed me to practice public speaking, and I found that the best way for me to handle it is to write down what I want to say beforehand, and also to remember to slow down when I talk.
Yeah, same. I find that if I know like all the ins and outs of the material that I'm speaking on, it really helps me to be less nervous when I'm speaking. And confidence is also really important. So to be confident, you need to know your material and practice. And I also like to like meditate or take a few deep breaths before any big event to sort of calm myself down and get ready to speak.
Want to learn more tricks? This list is adapted from the Harvard Division of Continuing Education, and these are 10 tips for improving your public speaking skills. First is to practice and prepare, then know your audience, organize your material in the most effective manner, implement feedback, and show your personality.
Yes, and also remember to tell stories and use effective language, use an outline, try not to make any nervous gestures, be attention grabbing, so don't have a monotone voice throughout your entire speech, and then also use audiovisual aids wisely.
Hopefully you will utilize these tips for the next time you are practicing for a presentation or speaking to someone.
Okay, so our first breakout room is going to be a safe space for all of you guys to talk about your experiences with public speaking. So remember that everybody has different public speaking backgrounds and levels, so make sure to make space for each other and be respectful and inclusive. Nicole should be sending the questions in the chat, and then for you guys to refer to, and then you'll have 8 minutes to discuss. And then we will be sending you guys into breakout rooms anytime now.
Yeah, sorry, give me a second.
No worries.
No problem.
In the meantime, maybe you guys can start thinking of answers to these questions. They're still on the screen.
Yep.
Sorry for the hold up, y'all. Y'all are all mixed up, and I'm trying to make sure y'all are with mostly the same people as before.
It's okay, Brian. Doesn't have to be perfect. So you can try your best. No worries. No pressure here.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe this is the breakout room in the main session, and Jen is leading it. So you can take it away. Or Alan. Oh, Jen or Alan can be leading this. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Never mind. Jen, would you like to lead it, or would I like to lead
Can you guys hear me? Okay, yeah, I can lead it. Fine with that.
Cool beans.
Hi everyone. Okay. So you'll have been given time to kind of like think through these questions. Does anyone have an answer to the first one? On a scale of 1 through 10, how comfortable are you with public speaking? Stop, Alan. Would you like to elaborate?
I don't like public speaking. Should I elaborate more? It's not my comfort zone. Like, I mean, I may come off calm, but that's like just me telling myself I'm calm, but I'm pretty sure my heart rate's pretty high right now. I just got better at it. I guess touching upon that, I could say number 2, how would I describe my public speaking journey? Just constantly throwing myself into the fire and letting myself forge myself in fire, I guess. I actually just shared with Jen earlier this morning how my first conference. Can I share? Do I have the floor? Is that okay?
Go for it. We would love to
Okay,
hear.
great. All right. But my first year doing conference for staff, that was 2017. And I actually joined the curriculum thinking that all I needed to do was like prepare the presentations and I didn't need to present anything. And then I think the first meeting, like our team lead was like, and then we'll be presenting to like 200 or so people. I was like, what? Then after the meeting, I shut my laptop down and I just had like a panic attack, just like straight up, just like I couldn't think it was pretty bad. And then when it gets to conference, my first class was terrible. I kept pulling the mic away from my mouth because I hated hearing my voice booming over the speakers, and Ashugo had to walk on stage while I was presenting and like push it into my face. And then I was like, okay. But yeah, since then I realized though that like I learned from that, and I kept like going out of my way to put myself in those uncomfortable situations because I think that's how I learned the fastest. And it actually motivated me later down the line to take a public speaking course at my university, and that also helped me. So just a lot of practice but even after doing so much practice, I still avoid it if necessary, but when I do have something to share, I'll just tell myself like, hey, you have something to share, just do it, like it's okay. And then I just got good at tipping myself over the edge, I guess. And I think I answered all three. I'll shut up.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, I love that story. I feel like it really calmed me down. I was texting Alan this morning. I was like freaking out because I have a presentation today. I was freaking out about public speaking. Ironic. And so yeah, that story really helped to like calm my nerves and make me realize that like I said this too, but like I feel like your bad experiences or like the NG, the not good ones, have a lot of value in them too, and you can learn a lot from them as well. So don't discount them. And I think you brought up a really good point, Alan, of just getting out of your comfort zone is the fastest way to learn. And I totally agree with that, even though it's really hard to do. But yeah, would anyone like to add on to what Alan said?
I can add a little bit. I think growing up, I was also super uncomfortable publicly speaking. I think that stemmed from like, again, Chinese school. I don't know if anyone else went through this, but they would force you to like recite poems in Chinese, no mistakes, and then they would grade you or give you like a prize. And my dad was like, okay, practice every day. Like, we're gonna practice. But after entering high school and university, I learned a lot about how public speaking is not always perfect. Like everyone makes mistakes. And if you stumble while you're speaking, that's not gonna like be the end of the world, or like you're not gonna fail just because you stumbled on one word. So after experiencing that, growing older, it's like not even like the most experienced public speakers can get through a whole speech without stumbling or making a mistake or feeling nervous. So like it's a nice thing to remember for all of us starting out with public speaking, that like it's okay when you stumble, you can make a joke out of it. People might enjoy that speech even more than if you were perfect.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Yeah, that's really interesting, to like shift that perspective and think like, oh, professional public speakers probably also get nervous, to be honest, and they also get make mistakes as well. So really good shift in perspective. Would anyone like to add on to that, or maybe even answer the questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add that like even when you make a mistake, like you can kind of you can like explicitly point it out and kind of make it into a joke, and then it kind of also lightens up the whole scenario. Like even in a workplace, it doesn't have to be like to a group of people. So even if you're like doing a presentation to just like your coworkers or something, I think then it can kind of like break the ice and make people more like engaged in some way, and it can be really engaging and really funny for some people. And it obviously, like you made a mistake and in the moment you might be like, oh my god, I can't believe this happened, but when you look back at it, then it would be something that you can probably find some joy in and laugh about it after the fact. And so just to go back to the actual question of like how would I rate my comfort level in public speaking, I think I would rate it like pretty much like a 5 to 7 maybe, because I feel like I'm actually pretty comfortable with speaking. And I don't know, I feel like when I grew up I was just very confident, and then now it's like kind of, now if anything I'm becoming less confident in some sense, and where I think as we grow up we always realize that there's more to life and we like discover more things, and that's where kind of that's where it stems from. Like I have to learn so much still, and so I don't want to like be like, oh, I'm already the best up here. So yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of room for me to grow. And like the feedback I always get is I talk really fast. And so that's why I try to slow down to make sure everything is understandable. But with only 30 seconds left, I think I should pass it to.
Thanks, Group 1, for sharing. Everyone should be filing in soon. So yeah. All right, is everyone back? If so, welcome back. Hope you got to discuss your public speaking journeys. There are generally two styles of pitching that you'll use when advertising a club, and those are the elevator pitch and the informal pitch. So an elevator pitch is usually presentation style and more formal in tone and speech. For example, if you're at a job interview and an employer asks you about your TCCA involvement from your resume, I know I've definitely had to do that for some interviews. And the informal pitching is more casual and more conversational. For example, passing out flyers at a club fair.
Yeah, and since most of you guys will be advertising your teaching branch at the start of the school year, we'll be focusing more on the second type, which is informal pitching during our practice. And this is because when you're flying someone on campus, you'll generally have a more two-sided conversation with them rather than just like talking at them nonstop the whole time.
So now let's apply this to pitching teaching and start by asking yourself these two questions. Number one, how is TCCA different from other volunteer organizations on campus? And number two, what is your favorite or most memorable TCCA experience? So we're going to use about 1 or 2 minutes for you to think about this, and then we'll come back. So you can either think about or write down your answers to these questions because these will be helpful later. Okay, I hope you guys have thought of something or have written something down or have something in mind. We're going to move on.
Okay, so now we'll talk a little bit on pitching tips and then our pitch book. So overall, the key points that we would like you to remember when pitching are to connect with the person that you're talking to on a deeper and more personal level and tailor your pitch to their interests. So like if you ask them for their major or like background, you can sort of tailor it to what they say, and then be familiar with what your own chapter has to offer so you can respond if they ever ask, and then have some personal experiences of your time with TC, and this is like sort of why we had you answer the question or think about the question earlier, and then finally show sincerity and connection when you're pitching.
So if you'd like to see more information, we put together a pitch book actually. Alan just linked it in the chat. So it looks like this. It's basically just a reminder of like what we've talked about today, and it has some general and practical tips for you to remember. So for example, we have the two questions that we just answered above here, some background info and some general tips. At the bottom, we actually included a link from yesterday's class that was created for you to reference, and that looks like this. So yeah, so before we get to the actual pitch practice, Amber and I will be doing a quick skit as an example. Amber will be the UC Berkeley representative pitching their teaching club, and I will be a new student browsing at the club fair.
Okay, okay, see now. Hi there, are you interested in volunteering?
Yes, I'm very much interested. What is this sushi club?
It's actually pronounced Tsuching, but we say CalTC for short. And we're a college branch of Tsuchi Foundation, and we do a lot of community service events such as city cleanups, hot meal distributions, and disaster relief efforts. But yeah, what's your name? What year are you?
Oh, that's really cool. I love community service. My name's Nicole, and I'm a freshman. What about you?
Oh, nice. Welcome to Cal. I'm Amber, and I'm a junior. How are you enjoying Berkeley so far?
Nice to meet you, Amber. Pretty good. I'm from New Jersey, though, so I don't really have any friends around here. Do you guys have a lot of social events?
Oh, well, actually, one of my CalTC friends is also from New Jersey, so I can definitely introduce you guys sometime. But yeah, we do have a great social community here at CalTC. We do in-person socials every month and also Discord study sessions and hangouts. And also at Berkeley, we have a family system. So you'll get a big who's basically like an older sibling or friend that you can talk to and hang out with at events.
That's so cool. I would love to talk to someone who has been at Cal longer than I have since everything is so new. So what would you say has been your favorite experience?
I would say back in 2019, we actually traveled to Paradise, California, where the really bad wildfires were to give out supplies to people who lost their homes in the fire. And although it was really sad witnessing the damage caused by the fire and all the people affected, it was also a really rewarding experience to be able to help out those affected firsthand.
Oh wow, I can't believe you guys went all the way there. That must have been really hard. And I bet it was super meaningful and you got to help the people affected by it. So how can I be a part of Cal TC?
Yeah, so here's a handbill that has more information, and we also have an info session coming up this Thursday. So if you want, I can get you signed up for our mailing list so you can be updated on future events. And our Instagram is also at CalCityCheek if you want to follow us there. Hope to see you soon.
I'll be there. I would love to sign up for the mailing list. Thanks so much, Amber.
Nice meeting you, Nicole.
All right, so that was an example of how you pitch to someone, but it'll sound less scripted in person. But the idea is to have the conversation flow. Keep in mind that you'll often get rejected or ignored by people you're trying to pitch to, and some pitches will be longer or shorter than others, but that's a perfectly normal part of the pitching process. Someone will eventually be interested in what you have to say, so don't give up. Also, remember that if you get ignored, still be respectful because you're representing teaching. For the next part of the class, we'll be practicing how to pitch.
Yeah, so during these pitching practices, just imagine that you're having a chill conversation with a student on campus. And one person will start out as the teaching pitcher, which I was doing, and the other person is a student being pitched to, which is what Nicole is putting. And we provided a list of questions that you can draw from to ask each other, but please feel free to also ask any other questions that you think a student would want to know about teaching. And you all will get 3 minutes for each role and then switch. And then we'll also send chat reminders to let you know when to switch roles. And for the last 2 minutes, please exchange feedback with your partner on what could be better done when pitching. And let me just make sure the questions are sent. Okay, yeah. And then whenever Brian is ready, we'll be put into breakout rooms. Nicole, I think you can stop sharing.
Oh yeah, thank you. I keep forgetting.
So in this main room, we've got Alan, Jason, Linda, Ling Ling, and Tu. I think you just joined the Zoom call. So Alan, take it away.
Great, awesome. So if you guys see Nicole has shared the pitch book, please reference that. Well, not the pitch book, the practice questions. Please reference that if you get confused. Let's go ahead and denote someone to be the pitcher. Would anyone like to volunteer? If not, I can just volunteer someone. Oh, our group is shrinking. Is that okay? I think we're good then. Any volunteers? No, that's fine. You know what? Hey, Jason, would you like to be our pitcher?
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and be the pitcher.
Okay, cool. So like the scene is, hey, we're at a tabling event. Linda, Ling Ling, and Tu are approaching your table and is interested in TCCA. So once again, to Linda, Ling Ling, and Tu, maybe I need to share the doc again for Tu, who just joined in. But at the bottom, there's some student questions if you're like not, some questions that you could use to kick off the conversation. And I'll turn it to you guys.
I'm supposed to start off. So, hello there. We are teaching. What are you all interested in volunteering?
Yes, I'm pretty interested in doing some volunteering work. So is teaching a volunteering club? Like, what do you guys do?
Right. So in teaching, we volunteer in the local community through various outreaches. We have 4 main missions of medicine, culture, education, and charity. And all of our events are related to those. For example, for medicine, we would host medical outreaches in the local area for those in need who need dental services or health checkup or medicine or anything like that. Oh, by the way, what are all of your names? My name is Jason.
I'm Ling Ling.
I'm Linda.
And I'm too.
I was wondering what your guys' time commitment looks like.
So time commitment for teaching depends on how much time you have. We usually have events every or 3 times a month. They usually fall on weekends to accommodate for everyone's busy schedules. But if you have time and you are interested in volunteering, please come join any of our events any weekend. You can follow all of our event updates on our social media, our Facebook or Instagram. Here are the handles if you'd like to look them up right now and give us a follow.
Why did you join Tziching?
So I've been actually working with Tzichi, our parent branch, ever since I was little, but volunteer service means a lot to me because I really want to give back to the community and help those in need. And also through Tziching, I've met a lot of friends and mentors who've helped me along the way, and I want to give back to those people as well.
Can I cut you off? I'm sorry. So that was really good. We do need to switch to the next picture just to get people to also have that practice. Jason, since I volunteered you, would you like to volunteer someone else?
Who would you want to be the picture?
Yeah, I can. So somebody will ask me the question and I answer to it, right?
Right, yeah, so I can ask, what is the social community like in TC?
Social community. So I just joined Zooting last year in June. So I just participated on mostly virtual activities, and one in-person activity that I really like is food packing, that each other does different part, and then after some hours we did a great part, like many portions they pack and are ready to give for people who are in it. So that's really great that you can see the help of each other. Small things make big difference. Yeah. And what's your major?
My major is applied math.
Oh, great. So you can do a tutor volunteering in the team, because there are some tutor activities that I find really interesting, like in UCI they have it.
Oh wow, that's interesting. I was looking for tutoring opportunities.
Oh, for Long Beach, I see this summer they have tutoring a volunteer, but there was just a child. So I'm not sure will they do it in fall, but we did finish it in just summer. Glad that you asked. And any other question?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, yeah, I really like the information you just talked about. Sounds very interesting. I'm just wondering, like, if I join Tziching, like, what do you think I can, like, gain or get from joining Tziching?
I think that a lot, since at first week we will learn about compassion, like people here is really good at gratitude and compassion, that we have a community to gain it. They motivate us to live healthier. Yeah, it's more like safe the environment, something like that, and help others,
And as well, you can, like for me, I participated in book club online, and somebody asked me to do the flyer, and that I knew about Canva, and that you will have more, like you learn about more things to make, like somebody needs you, and then you have to learn how to make it. And I think leadership as well. Yeah.
Nice. I don't know if you guys saw my message, but that was awesome. Tu, would you like to volunteer another picture?
Oh, I will choose another picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can Ling Ling do that?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so we'll just get started. Hi guys, welcome to the Tsuching booth. How can I help you guys today? Do you want to hear a little bit about our organization? I'll take that as a yes. Have you guys heard of Tsuchi before?
I think I went to its Chinese school before.
Okay, so you're probably pretty familiar with the Tsuchi culture. It's pretty cool. I can tell you a little bit specifically about Tsuching as a club. So Tsuching is the college branch of Tsuchi as a whole. And most of the things we do are based around the same values, but since we're all in college, there's also some cool social activities as well as fun volunteering opportunities that can also help build your resume. Any specific questions you guys have?
What kind of socials do you have?
Well, depending on our chapter. So for us in Seattle, we have a lot of times where we have potlucks or we all cook together. Our school loves to host cooking classes. So a lot of us get the valuable cooking, like college cooking classes that we might not have all those nutritious meals that we have back home. So I think that's pretty great.
Can you explain what's a shugu?
Oh, right. For those not familiar with the Tsuchi culture, suku, they are like adult volunteers, I guess, part of Tsuchi. And for us, those are our mentors and the people that guide our club, as we have like a connection with the Tsuchi branch. But yeah, basically volunteers from the Tsuchi.
Awesome. Sorry, we have to do because we had like an extra member.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Linda, would you mind doing the pitch?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So hi guys, welcome to Emory Teaching. We are hands-on volunteering club at Emory. Are you guys interested in some of our events, or do you have any questions for us?
Can you explain what you guys are wearing here? It's blue and white.
Oh, yeah, this is our uniform. So you don't have to be like an official member to join some of our events, but like if you are very active in our volunteering events, and after some time you can also get a uniform like us. It's like a symbol of that you are an active member, and yeah, it looks pretty nice.
Cool. So what kind of events do you have?
Yeah, we have both social and volunteering events. So for the volunteering events, we have a monthly visit to a local senior center where where you can, like, if you have any talents or if you want to perform, you can perform to the senior people there, or you can just sit down and chat with them or like help them with their technical problems they have. All the senior people there, like, they are really sweet, and our presence are just like a really nice company to them. And we also like cooperate with Trees Atlanta to plant trees every semester, and we're also offering an online tutoring program if you are interested in helping children or interested in education. Yeah, that's some of our volunteering opportunities here.
Nice. Sounds really cool. Brian, how much time? Sorry, Brian, how much time do we have left?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Cool. Does anyone want to share just some reflections on how that went? Like, or maybe any pitching tips you guys have for each other? No?
I think just I mean, because especially we are in like a casual conversation forum, so like before talking to them, just don't be nervous or anything. Just try to tell yourself that you are just having a conversation and you're just trying to like show what you know about like the good things about switching. Just tell them to people. So just have a normal heart. Oh, sorry.
Nice. Thank you, Linda. That was really, I really like conversational conversations too. So I think we're coming back. I'll pass it back to our proper presenters.
Thank you, Alan, for leading that breakout session. Yeah, so we're gonna be moving into another breakout room, like kind of the same thing, but before we do that, let me know, either unmute yourself or type in the chat how you think that went. If there's any confusion, let us know, and then we can hopefully answer that, and then before we get into our second pitching room. Thank you, Noor. Oh, Irene. It's okay. You're supposed to be nervous the first time because it's about practice, like repetition, being comfortable with the information and presenting it in a way that you can talk to other people about it. So yeah, that's I know it's gonna be it's gonna be nervous for sure, but yeah, like everyone's gonna be kind of on their toes. Yes, Emily, that's the goal. This class is kind of like boot camp for this. After a year of not really meeting anyone in person, this is like really what we wanted you guys to like practice and be comfortable with.
Also, heads up, Amber, Nicole, I think y'all might have to facilitate this time.
Okay, that's no problem.
Okay.
I facilitated last time too, so it's good.
Okay.
All right, are you ready to open it? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Oh, okay, so I'm main room.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Very nice. All right, let's do like quick introduction. So you guys know me, hopefully. I'm Nicole. I know Jamie as well. Jamie, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Jamie, NYC chapter, currently about to be a senior.
Oh my God, already?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Eric?
I'm Eric, also about to be a senior at A&M.
Awesome. Wow. And Alvin?
Hi, what am I supposed to say? Sorry.
You can just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Elvin. I'm a rising senior this year, and I'm going to be president of the UC Davis chapter.
Oh, nice. Oh, you're with Maryland. Yes. Awesome. Okay. So we're going to be going into our first round. So are there any brave volunteers who would like to go first?
Are we just doing the same thing as?
Same thing, but different people, hopefully, if it randomized correctly.
Eric and I were in the same group last time.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then you guys have to pitch to Elvin. All right. Anybody want to go first? Otherwise, I will assign someone.
You can go first.
Okay, Jamie, let's go. You got this. All right, Alvin, you're going to be pitched too.
Sounds good.
All right, okay, are you gonna ask me questions or should I just? Are we at a
Sure.
good
All right.
share?
So, wow, I see that your club has a stand here. Why don't you tell me about your club because it looks interesting.
Yeah, so, well, I'm part of a community chapter, but I'll pretend that I'm in college. This is a collegiate chapter of Tsuji Foundation, which is a big international charity organization focused on disaster relief and medicine and charity. So we are one of the many collegiate chapters here at this college, and we have both social events and service events around the community. Are you interested in volunteering?
Perhaps, could you tell me a little bit more about your volunteering events?
Yeah, so every month we have food distributions in the neighborhood, and we help make meals for people around the area who are experiencing homelessness. And we also have other service events such as lake cleanings, and we also clean around the neighborhood.
I see. Well, you see, I don't have a way to transport myself around. So how would I get to these events?
Well, a lot of these are on campus, so you'll be able to come right to wherever we're meeting. But also, if we're doing activities that are not on campus, then we'll have buses and transportation.
Oh, that sounds very cool. Well, that sounds very fun, and I'd love to join. However, there's one thing. I see you're all wearing uniforms, and that's kind of a weird thing because I don't like to be restricted with my clothing. So why do you wear a uniform, and do I have to wear one?
Well, all of the official members, after you've done a certain amount of hours, we do receive uniforms, and we have uniforms so that we present a front of unity, and so that when we serve people, they can easily recognize us and know that they can come to us for help. So that is why we have these uniforms. At first, you don't have to, you won't have a uniform at first. You can just wear a volunteer vest or just whatever you'd like. And as you get more involved, if you'd like, you can also get a uniform.
Awesome. That sounds great. Well, I'm definitely interested in learning more about your club and attending some of your meetings. Could you tell me where your next meeting is and when it is so I can come and enjoy your meeting stuff? Also, I like free food. Is there free food? But otherwise, it was great talking to you, and I hope you have a wonderful day pitching to other people.
Thank you. Yes, we do have free food at all of our general meetings. You can come to our next one. It is next Wednesday night. You can sign up here, and we will have future communications.
That was awesome, you guys. All right, who would like to go next, Eric or Elvin? You guys can rock, paper, scissors it out if you want. All right, Eric, all right. Yeah. Elvin, again, you will be pitched to because they were in the same group last time.
Sounds good.
Oh, I didn't pitch.
Oh, okay, then whoever.
Questions last time, so I can.
Anything works.
I can pitch to Jamie though.
Okay, you guys, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Eric. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Jamie. What is this booth?
Well, we are Tsuji Association. We are a volunteer organization that's part of a bigger organization called Tsuji, who does primarily disaster relief around the world. We build like hospitals and stuff as well. A lot of cool stuff. Locally, our chapter, we do like a bit more local events and stuff that our college students can actually do. Like we have Adopted Street, we kind of clean the street every weekend. We have Howdy Farm, we kind of plant plants and harvest them. We also have resident visits. We kind of like go visit the seniors like around the area, help them with yard work and all sorts of stuff like that. But yeah, apart from volunteering, we have many social activities as well. If you enjoy making friends, we have plenty of those as well. But yeah, I guess what would you be interested in? Kind of like, what are you looking for in the club?
Well, I am interested in volunteering, although I do have a lot of other commitments. Would this take up a lot of time in my schedule?
Oh no, yeah, like this is more like a come and go thing. Sign up, you don't have to like sign up really like ahead of time. You kind of just look at a week. It's like, hey, can I come this weekend? If you can, sign up. If you can, there's no big deal. There's no like attendance, no like fees or anything. It's like you come as much as you want to, and you based on your own schedule. So yeah, that's pretty flexible.
Great. So what is the upcoming event? What's the next event?
Well, our next event, we will have a barbecue social, welcome back to school social really soon. It's going to be at our friend's house located at X location. So yeah, food is free, by the way. So obviously it's our chapter is vegetarian because environmentalism is something that we believe in, and eating vegetarian is something that contributes to that. So we ask that if you do bring food, please bring vegetarian food, or there will only be vegetarian food served. But yeah, it is free food. You're welcome to come.
So what will you be barbecuing?
That's a good question. We don't know yet, but maybe tofu, some vegetables. I'm not the best cook, but some of our other members are, so they get to decide like what we're eating. But yeah, vegetarian food, but it's good food.
Sounds good. Is there a way I can sign up?
Oh yes, you can check out our Instagram or Facebook. We have a sign forms link there, but also we have a group chat as well. You can join that. Yeah.
Wow, great job, you
Cool.
guys. Also, okay, last one. Elvin, you can, wait. Oh, you're pitching to Eric. Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay, should I start with the questions or do you want to go ahead and ask?
I can ask. Hi, could you tell me more about your booth club?
Yeah, so we're actually a community service club. Oh, no, let me restart. Hi, so yeah, we're a collegiate branch of an international non-governmental organization founded in Taiwan called TCCA, and we're specifically called the TCCA Collegiate Association. Our club at UC Davis focuses mostly on doing volunteering events such as breakfast distribution, food bank, and river cleanup or environmental impacts stuff. Yeah, so yeah, and we occasionally have socials and stuff where people can hang out and have fun. Would you like to join us? Question mark.
That sounds really cool. Could you tell me more about the breakfast thing? I've never heard that before.
Yeah, so well, on a side note, this doesn't happen anymore because they got kicked out and sacked. But like when it used to happen, we would go every other Sunday morning to somewhere in Sacramento where there would be Tziqing and also Tsisao. So they're the high school group of our organization, and they would meet up in SAC every other week, and then we distribute breakfast to the homeless around the area. And basically it would be provided by Tziqi, and then we would just go there and help distribute food. It's really fun. Yeah.
That sounds really cool. I think I've done something similar in high school. But yeah, that's definitely something I'm interested in. There's one thing, I've heard rumors that you guys are vegetarianism club. Do I have to be vegetarian to join, or yeah, basically?
Right, that's actually a very great point. No, you don't have to be vegetarian to join. The only requirement we have is during club meetings and during times where we're functioning as a club officially, we do not consume meat, just because that is one of the values of the organization as a whole. But otherwise, in your private time or when we're just hanging out as friends, there's no requirements and you can do whatever you want.
That sounds great. I would definitely be interested in how can I reach you all, or how can I stay updated?
Yeah, so we're actually going to have our general meeting this Monday at 7 p.m. So and it's at X123 room 5. So I don't know, whatever. And we would love to see you there. And then you can also join our Discord or our email list at bit.ly/I forgot what it is. And so we look forward to seeing you there. And yeah, I hope I can see you around and we can become great friends. Yay.
That was awesome.
Sure.
Thank you, guys. All right, we're gonna spend the remaining time going through feedback. So if there's anything that you're concerned about still, or like I don't know, like things you liked or disliked about either like your own sharing or like in general. Oh, we're closing soon. Okay, Brian, can you just let me know? You press the button, because I don't think I get that notification. Actually, maybe I do. Anyway, so yeah, any feedback from you guys?
I think it went really well.
You guys did such a good job, honestly. If you do go back in person, I believe you guys are ready for sure. So yeah, congrats on that. Again, this is not going to be, this is like the ideal pitching situation, right? Like someone comes to you and you're like, oh, they're really interested. Otherwise, usually it's like, nope, not interested.
Do you think it's better to like just pitch everything at first, or like kind of ask questions and then kind of like?
So I think it's actually better to ask questions because it is a lot of information to take in. But like if they're more curious, they will ask, you know? So like I know some people I like the method of like just like throw everything out there and just like see if they respond. But I feel like if it's like too overwhelming, like the response might not be like well received. But yeah, I think it's better to like know people first on like a connection, like a people connection, and then kind of go into like the more nitty-gritty details, you know? So yeah.
Makes sense.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, we're closing the rooms. Okay. Got thumbs up from Elvin though. Nice. Okay, welcome back everyone. Thank you again for doing our second breakout session. Okay, so we're going to do like a smaller breakout session for the last one since we're running out of time. But yeah, before we do that, any more feedback? Does everyone feel comfortable? Like, did that feel better than the first one? Like, how'd that go? Okay, got some shout outs to Amanda and Angel. Legendary pitches. Okay. Curious to see that was. Oh my gosh. So many. Okay. Nora says practicing is really helpful. Yes, I'm glad that's the goal here. I'm glad it is helping. Oh, okay. We're starting the next breakout. All right.
Amber and Nicole, can one of y'all stay here with Eric?
I was just with Eric, so I think it's better for Amber to stay.
I can do it.
Okay, thanks, Amber.
Of course.
Eric's got this. Eric is great at pitching, honestly.
Honestly, I could see that. Okay, Eric, do you want to be the pitcher then? I want to see.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay.
Hi,
I'm gonna hop around now.
Okay.
Hi, would you like to learn more about our club?
Hi, yeah, what is this? What is this teaching club?
Yeah, so Tsuchi is a we're a collegiate branch of a global organization called Tsuchi, which our parent branch does like disaster relief and building hospitals and medicine and stuff all around the world. But our local chapter kind of focuses on more approachable stuff that college students can do, such as like cleaning the streets, visiting nursing homes, helping out with senior residents, and environmental stuff. Yeah, just local volunteering events basically. Is that something you'd be interested in?
Oh wow, yeah, that sounds super cool. It actually sounds like really hands-on, which I wasn't really expecting. So I'm kind of curious, like, what your favorite event or maybe like memory in teaching has been.
Yeah, it's good that you actually like hands-on and events, because a lot of our events are actually outdoors, just based on our chapter. Since A&M is like kind of like in the middle of nowhere, we have like outdoor events, and yeah, no, but kind of like answering your question, one of my favorite events is visiting the senior residents around our chapter, because we kind of get to like go and help them with yard work, so it's like really hands-on. But also we kind of go back every semester and we kind of like live updates of like how the lives has been, kind of like establishing a bigger connection with them. So that's probably my favorite event in TC.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting. And also on top of that, when I'm like joining clubs, I really care about like the social aspect. So I'm wondering if you guys have anything to sort of build like a community, make friends.
Of course, yeah. We have a lot of socials. If you like food, we have a lot of free food. At our GMs every month, we'll have like just potluck. Everyone brings their own food. We're planning to do a barbecue to start the semester off, where we kind of cook vegetarian food, try to grill stuff. I'm not the best cook, but my friends are, so I'm sure we'll theme something. If you like playing sports, we're planning to start a basketball or volleyball team, depending on what people like. And if you like video games, we have a Discord, you can join it as well. But yeah, does that sound interesting to you, or is there anything else you would be interested in doing?
Yeah, that sounds super interesting. You mentioned that you guys do vegetarian barbecues. Why is it vegetarian?
Oh, that's a good question. So at TC, one of the things we believe in is not killing any animals or any beings. So being vegetarian definitely helps with that. Another thing is we also care about the environment a lot. So being vegetarian helps contribute that as well, because if you eat less meat, you'll like reduce your emissions. So that is something that's really important to us. And no, you don't have to be vegetarian to be a part of the club. It's just that when you're in the club, like in a TC setting, we ask that you abide by the vegetarian rule. But in your own free time, you can do whatever you wish to do.
Okay, that sounds super cool. I'm actually also trying to eat less meat, so I like that you guys are trying to do that. And I have one more question. Why are you wearing a uniform? I don't see any other clubs really doing that, so I'm curious to learn more about that.
Yeah, that's a good question. For me, the uniform is just a way to kind of represent the club. It's like we're volunteering together for a greater purpose. We're trying to help people. So the uniform is a way to like represent ourselves in a unified manner. Because when you're wearing a uniform, we kind of expect the TC values and stuff. Obviously, you don't have to wear the uniform to join, and it's for like more experienced members, but you don't have to get a uniform if you don't want to. It's just something that I guess we use like represents like we're part of TC, I guess.
Oh, that's super cool. How do I like join or learn more? Do you guys have like a mailing list or something?
Yeah, we have an email mailing list. You can join our Discord as well. We have group chats. We have an Instagram, a Facebook. And yeah, if you're interested, you can sign up in this form over here.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. I will definitely want to join. Signs up for mailing list.
Nice.
Nice. Let me see how much time. Oh, there's like a minute. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was really good. Do you have any like questions or like questions that you think like would like to think of a better answer for, or like more answers for, or anything?
What kind of like curveballs do you like often encounter when you get pitches?
Do I ever get curveballs? I feel like
they just like not really care. Like
if anything, I get more people who just like don't
okay, yeah.
want to listen. I feel like that's more like the type of pitches we're doing right now. I feel like don't actually happen that often, but that's like very normal for any club. Like you're more likely to get a bunch of rejections because everyone is just like, I want to go to class. So yeah, if anything, the most conversations I get with are people who are actually into sell. But I think what really helps is like if you're pitching to them to like try to ask them, especially if they're freshmen, like try to ask them about like their experience at school and how they're doing, because a lot of freshmen like honestly they just want to make friends and they don't really know like anyone. So I think that's probably what a lot of freshmen are looking for, is like that community. So yeah, if you can like ask them questions and like spark conversations with them, that's probably going to be like a big thing that gets like new members to join.
Makes sense. I'll definitely do that.
Yes. 17 seconds. Yeah, and then I liked your answer for like the why we wear uniforms. And another thing that I also like to add on top of that is like when everybody's wearing uniforms, you're kind of just like you all look exactly the same, so that when you're serving or volunteering somewhere, it sort of takes the attention away from the volunteers, because like there's not anybody dressed in like super fancy expensive clothing. Like there's not really a difference in status that you see, so the attention is just like on the people that you're serving, if that makes sense.
I like that. I'll definitely use that.
Okay, I think everyone's going back. Good job though.
All right, is everyone back? Looks like it, I think. Okay, so.
Okay, yay. Welcome back. I heard some really good pitches, and I hope you guys all got to practice how to pitch stitching with your fellow peers.
And hopefully now you will feel more confident speaking at your school's next club fair. Thanks for attending Pitch Perfect 4 Stitching Edition. Back to you, Steve.
All right, thanks, Amber, and thanks, Nicole. I hope you all had fun. I had a lot of fun listening to all of you. I know it was very stressful, but we absolutely hope that this activity was helpful as you think a little bit about and prepare for your pitches during the upcoming, hopefully in-person fall semester. I know it can be scary, but I think there's nothing like a good bit of practice with fellow stitching just to dust off your skills, to sharpen your skills if you haven't done it before. And I really do think that the more times you do it, the more confidence you get. And so that when you actually have to do it in person with strangers, with folks that may have never heard of Tsuji before, you are all going to be experts at it. So thanks all for participating. We're now going to move on to a short break again. This break will last until the top of the hour, so 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central, and 2 p.m. Pacific. So please take your break, and we will meet back in a little under 15 minutes.
For Noor, Josh, and Irene, please stay on. All right, I'm gonna test we're gonna use our same slides from before. Okay, so Josh, I'm going to test it with you first. Can you unmute yourself and see how the sound is?
You can just like say hi or something. Make sure you can like do the remote control.
Yeah, I gave him access, I think.
Wait,
You got it?
no.
No?
Wait.
Try again.
Oh.
Wait, try again. Okay, I know what I have to do. Okay. I think I know what I did. Sounds good. Okay, so do maybe like test 1, 2, 3. I think we can hear you though.
Hello. 1, 2. Check.
Right, loud and clear.
Yep. All right. So I'm gonna pass it off to Noor. All right. Oops. Noor, you there?
Yes,
Okay. Did you get access?
I think so. Let's
Oh, yep. You're moving.
Okay. Nice.
Okay.
All right, sorry.
Awesome. All right, Irene, would you like to test your mic as well?
Yes, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, I think we're ready. Unless Evelyn, you want to?
No, we're good.
All
You
right.
guys got this. You guys are gonna be
All right.
awesome. Don't be
Yep,
nervous.
you got it. All right.
Yeah, go take a break, eat a snack, drink some water.
All right, everyone take a few moments to come back. All right, so as we all come back, I'm going to now pass the presenter to Nicole and Evelyn, who are going to talk a little bit about some of the innovative types of events we may be holding in the upcoming academic year. So I'll pass it over to them.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. All right, so welcome to our class. Hi, everyone. I'm Evelyn, and I'm a Tzu from the Seattle chapter, and I am a rising senior at the University of Washington.
Hi again, I'm Nicole, an alum from the New Jersey and New York City community chapters, and welcome to our class, The Social Networking.
Right, so in addition to strengthening internal community bonds, building external connections is also an important part of networking in this day and age. And social media is a helpful tool to make use of. So in this class, we'll be diving deeper into the world of social media campaigns. And later on, you will have an opportunity to come up with your own campaigns.
So generally, when we're scrolling through social media, we usually just double tap Instagram pictures or like a post on Facebook. But we will also be exploring how to integrate in-person participation into social media events as well.
So you might be wondering, why use social media when we will be potentially back in person soon? So while many schools are going to be back in person this coming year, we can take the knowledge and skills we learned from running virtual events in the past year and combine them with in-person activities. We can use and expand our online presence to integrate into our events and to support our fellow teaching chapters.
In this class in particular, we want to focus on creating a social media campaign that can bridge an internal community to external connections and challenge the potential of digital engagement.
Okay, so first off, we have 3 event campaigns to share with you, organized by different teaching chapters in the past year. So if you come up with any questions, just go ahead and put them in the chat and we will have a chance to ask them to the speakers later on. So all right, first up, let's welcome Joshua from UT Austin to share about the virtual veggie fair they organized earlier this year.
All right. Hello, guys. My name is Josh, and I'm the Public Relations Officer for the TC Austin chapter this upcoming year. And I'll be talking about our event, Veggie Fair. Wait. Oh, okay. For those of you who don't know, Veggie Fair is our annual event held in the spring semester where we promote our vegetarianism to the students on campus by cooking and serving delicious vegetarian food. Going into this school year, we knew that we couldn't really structure the event like the previous years, but the objective of the event was still the same, which was to inform the people the benefits of going vegetarian on your health and on the environment. Compared to the on-campus event, which was only one day, Veggie Fair was a 2-week-long event hosted on Facebook groups from April 5th to the 16th. And the main idea of this event was to post challenges every day on anything Veggie Fair or vegetable and positive health related. Having this event online wasn't all too terrible either, because we were able to open up more opportunities at having more schools join, because we wanted to have a wider impact outside of TC Austin students. And the way we did this was through sending Google Forms through the US TC Discord channel for other schools who are interested in this event to fill it out. And in addition, we asked in the forms if they wanted to host an event during the 2-week-long Veggie Fair. These forms were sent about a month before the event started. So that's about in March. And then after some time, A&M and UC Berkeley signed up, and they both wanted to host an event. I reached out to them about 2 weeks prior to the event and briefed them about what Vision Fair is and what I would like to do. The 2 weeks gave them time to brainstorm what they would like to host. And so in the end, A&M decided to host a repurposed plastic event, and Berkeley hosted brown bags. And about a week before Veg Fair started, I created the Facebook group, and we all invited our TC members from our respective chapters. And in this slide, this is the Excel sheet that I used to organize the challenges and events over the 2-week period. And as you can see, I had like several challenges lined up each day. And on the second week of Tuesday, that is A&M's repurpose event. And then Thursdays is what's that called? The brown bags. And then once that spreadsheet was finalized, I had a fellow officer who was very talented in digital art create promotional material for the event. And so this is this is the 2-week overview that was sent at the beginning of the Veg Fair into the Facebook group, so that the members would kind of get a glimpse of what to expect and what activities are lined up. And in addition to the overview, we also posted daily reminders in the group every day of what challenges should be completed by the end of the day. So we have like fitness days, draw yourself as a vegetable, some challenges. And then the following slides will be like some of the example activities and challenges that we have done. I've had people draw themselves as their favorite vegetable. I wanted them to share delicious vegetarian recipes for all of us, and like take a picture of themselves gardening. So here is what we did for UC Berkeley's brown bags. For those of you who do not know, brown bags are a fun way to meet new people. How it worked was a Google Forms was sent out at the beginning of the event for people who want to sign up. And once people who have joined, groups of 3 were assigned and are expected to like get on a video call and just chill and get to know each other. And then lastly, this is A&M's event on informational event about how to repurpose plastic from old products into newer functions. And the fun activity that we did was changing an old shirt into a handbag. Thank you, Alan. And that is all for now. That's all I have.
Thank you, Josh, for your sharing. That was awesome. 1 second. Okay. So it was awesome that you guys, your chapter utilized like cross-chapter networks to put on such a great event. Next, we would like to welcome Noor from OSU. Oh, Noor and Irene from OSU to share about their Secret Blur Buddy campaign.
Hi, everyone. My name is Noor, and I am from The Ohio State University. Yes, thank you, Alan. Go Bucks. All right, let's just start. Actually, wait, Irene, do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. Hello, my name is Irene. I am the Vice President of the OSU TC chapter.
Awesome. All right. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to talk about our Secret Buddy Blurb event we did on social media. So the idea came to be because one of our eBoard members during brought it to one of our meetings and asked for it to be added to our meeting agenda. And I will say, just in general, it's really helpful to have that, like, people who eBoard members giving them time to share their ideas. And like flexibility within your meeting times to talk about those. So yeah, anyway, they suggested this kind of member and e-board reveal, which we've had before, but this one was different. So instead of just like having people write their own descriptions and then send it to like our documentation share to post, people wrote descriptions for other people. So like say I would write Irene's description, for example, except it was completely secret. So in this example, Irene wouldn't know that I was writing her description. So the post would come up on Instagram, and part of the fun was that like everyone would have to guess who wrote that description. And yeah, it was a really good time. There was kind of an element of like fostering community because you kind of like think about like what you really like the really cool things about other people, I guess, and you write those down. And then other people also like feel that recognition, like their attributes and their contributions are being recognized. So yeah, and then there was also that game component, I guess, of like people guessing like who wrote the description. It was really fun. Like people would try to like psych each other out and stuff, where they'd be like, oh, I wrote this, did I? Like, that sort of thing. So yeah, it was really fun. So here's an example. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but on the left, there's the picture. In the middle, there's the caption. And then on the right, well, the left is kind of just like introducing the concept. And then on the right is the actual description that the person wrote. And then, yeah, you can see at the bottom, who do we think wrote this? So yeah, that was the post itself. And then the comments section would be like people guessing, like this is our friend saying, oh, I bet it's Fiona. And then like one of the replies. So yeah, and then at the end, well, Irene will go into this, but in this case, our account revealed who it was. I think Fiona didn't have an Instagram account, but ideally the person who did it would reveal themselves. But yeah, Irene will explain it now.
Great, thank you, Noor. So I'll just briefly go over the logistics. They're pretty simple. So we just put our activity interest form in our weekly newsletter and let people sign up. And when the sign up started slowing down, we would reach out to people individually to see if they wanted to participate. And once we had a good amount of people, I listed them all in a document and assigned them each a number, then paired them up using a random number generator. Now, this called for a little bit of rigging the system since there were some newer members who only knew one person well enough to write about them. So naturally, I would pair those people up and have everyone else be random. After everyone got assigned their buddies, I emailed them individually, letting them know who to write for, some guidelines on how to write their blurb, and a deadline for when they have to send it in. I also asked them to send a picture of themselves to pair with the blurb that their buddy would write for them. So once I gathered everybody's materials, I started posting once a day and gave people about 24 hours to guess who wrote the blurb. And once the next picture was posted, the writer would be able to reveal themselves in the comments, or if they forgot, I would do it for them. So that is it for OSU. Thank you for listening, and I will pass it on to Evelyn.
All right. Thank you, Noor, and thanks, Irene, for sharing all that with us. I think it's like really cool how your chapter found a way to strengthen team bonds across the distances, even in the past virtual year. So, right, finally, I'll be sharing briefly about an event from my own chapter where we did a veggie recipe swap back in January, and each participant had to like submit, and they also received a vegetarian recipe to make and share about. So, 1 second. Right, so in the past year of online classes, right, got it, sorry. All right, so in the past year of online classes, since a lot of members in Seattle Tzu Ching are international students, So most of us weren't even on the same continent for a lot of the time. So the massive time zone differences made it particularly challenging to try to get people involved in activities. So we wanted to find a way to get people actively involved at their own time, but like also be able to connect with each other. So our chapter usually focuses on vegetarian promotion events for January because of Ethical Eating Day. So like back January this year, we came up with the idea to have a vegetarian recipe swap. The main idea of this event is to promote vegetarian eating and to encourage people to eat more vegetarian meals by sharing recipes and cooking. Our main participants were our chapter members, but we also encouraged them to invite their friends and family to join. So the first and like the in-person part of the event was for everyone to find a recipe and make the recipe, and they will like receive one back, and they would make the recipe they received and submit photos and reflections to us. And the virtual part was that we organized the photos and reflections and then posted them on our Instagram account. So here's like a breakdown of kind of like the logistics of our recipe swap. We used Google Forms to collect recipes, and then we like randomized the recipes, then sent a new one to each participant. This was done like in a Secret Santa format, so which means that the participants, they didn't know who submitted the recipe that they had to make. We felt like that would make things more interesting and also increase engagement and like the connection. Then the participants had a 3-week window to make the dish and then send a photo and a short reflection back to us. And we created a photo template to like edit and organize the photos. Then we posted these in a series of posts on Instagram. So regarding timing, we ran the post over 3 weeks, posting 4 posts per week. And to conclude our event, we revealed who submitted which recipe at the next general meeting and also had everyone go around and share some thoughts and ideas that they had. So here's an example of like the posts. I cut it in 2 because it wouldn't fit. Yeah, so for the submitted photos, we used a photo editing app to create these frames for each photo. We included an event title, the name of the dish, and we used like bright colors and like some cute stickers to give the photos kind of like a theme and make them more eye-catching. So for the posts, we wrote like a short introduction and then posted the reflection from the participant. One thing that we did try to do was to try to keep the post within a certain length because we learned that Instagram is more oriented towards shorter posts. And we also used emojis and a text to make it more likely for people to read it, hopefully. So finally, since we were using social media, we used hashtags to reach more people and accounts. For example, we tagged the 慈济 tag to like reach to connect with 慈济 posts and accounts worldwide. And we tagged the hashtag veggie meals and hashtag vegetarian to reach people who might be also interested in vegetarian eating. And yeah, here are some additional photos. The one on the left, yes, the one on the left is how the posts show up together on the Instagram page, and the other 2 are more examples of posts. The middle one is of a pasta recipe. It's made by Ling Ling. I think she's here today, right? And the other one is the pineapple fried rice recipe. And yeah, so that kind of concludes our event. And plug on social media. Here are the accounts for the Seattle Tziqing Facebook and Instagram. And just like side note, I feel like the importance of social media is definitely increasing, and it plays an important role, especially for Tziqing as we work on extending our network outside the limits of physical distance and to reach out to connect with our peers and hopefully like facilitate future collaborations and just like share and learn from one another.
Thank you so much for sharing, Evelyn. It's incredible how you guys put this campaign together and was able to like share so many delicious vegetarian recipes. I definitely do want to check out that pineapple fried rice. That sounds really good right now. So yeah.
Right, so that concludes the speaker sharing section of our class. And we hope that hearing about these events from different chapters have given you all some ideas. And those like code onto those ideas because they will come into use later in this class and hopefully also inspire new events for our own chapters. So if you would like to ask questions or talk to our speakers, you can find them here through email or reach out to their chapters through social media. Also, definitely go and follow the social media accounts, like, share, and go show support for fellow Tzichings. Right, so before we dive into brainstorming your own events, we put together a social media campaign 101 guide to give you some general direction and to work as a checklist for some thoughts and items to consider.
As with any other event, the first thing is to come up with the main subject or topic. The events from the earlier speakers focused on ethical eating day, vegetarianism promotion, and internal community bonding. Some other examples can include environmental protection, well-being, humanistic culture, and so on.
Right. The next step is to think about who the main participants for the event would be, such as focusing on officers, odd stitching volunteers in your chapter, or anyone in the general public who will be interested. This will be tied in with the main goal of your event, so think about what you will want to accomplish and who you will want to involve. Right, now consider the part that makes this new type of event unique. So we want to have like 2 levels of engagement. The first one is to have participants engage physically in an activity, such as having them write a note to a fellow Tziching member, like we just heard, or to like find and make a vegetarian dish. And the second part is to share all the different participations through social media. So one important thing to consider is to make sure that the physical engagement part is applicable for sharing through social media in however form you would want.
The next thing is to think about posting. First, what platform and media would you use? These things are linked. For example, if you use Instagram as a posting platform, then the media could be stories, IGTV videos, or photo posts. When making these choices, remember to consider your target audience and your demographics of different social media platforms.
And another thing to think about is how you would organize the timing of the posts, how long you want the post to run, how long should the time intervals between them be, and what organization of posts will be more effective in grabbing people's attention.
Other things to consider can include the design of your posts. For example, for photos, how would you make it clear that the posts are part of the same series, like in Evelyn's example? How would you use captions to maximize reach and attention? And we can also think about if this event is possible to be expanded across different chapters, like Josh's event, and like having different chapters join an event that can extend our connections and make a bigger impact.
Right, so here are some examples for the events. For ideas for events. So you can go for like any topic. So be creative and think outside the box.
So earlier we mentioned to put some questions in the chat for our speakers. So we've picked a few to answer now. So the first one is for Josh. So looking back, what would you have done differently in terms of logistics?
I would say the main thing for me is I think I would have wanted to have more activities that involve meeting new people. Because being in COVID, we are already limited in the social meeting aspect. And to have like the opportunity to have other schools joining, I should have taken more advantage of that. And so, yeah.
It's okay, there's still next time. Okay, so Irene, I know you were more in charge of logistics, so would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, sure. Honestly, I feel like the logistics of this activity wasn't too bad. So I don't think I would have done anything differently. I would highly recommend doing this activity if you are looking for something that is very easy, very foolproof, and also gets your members talking amongst each other and interacting.
Yes, that's definitely a great idea. Hopefully other chapters can take these ideas and to implement to their own. Thank you. Evelyn, same question.
All right, so in terms of logistics, because I'm like, this is like a really stupid mistake, but one thing that me and my co did, it was like really dumb, but we forgot to collect everyone's emails on a Google form when asking for their recipe submissions. So we had to like go around and try to find that afterwards, which was like, it was like kind of, that was like a mess up because yeah, we should have done that on a Google form, but we didn't like think of everything at that moment because we were like back, it was like back when everyone was trying to figure out how to run stuff virtually. So I would like definitely have tried to think things through more thoroughly before like actually putting in into motion, instead of being like making up as I go along, like to that extent. But yeah,
That's okay. Now you know to collect emails.
definitely.
So lesson learned. Okay, so second question's for Noor. What was the most challenging part of this campaign and how did you manage it?
I think the most challenging part, maybe it was like I think the fact that there were some new members. Irene talked about this a little bit, but yeah, like that there were new members that only knew a couple people on the e-board at that point or like super well. And I think during COVID that also kind of exacerbated that difficulty because just like less to zero in person events and stuff like that. But yeah, Irene managed it really well and like found out how to like still make it, intriguing, like while also like having to rig the process a little bit. I think in the future, I think it'll be a little easier to manage because we'll have more people who like are comfortable with everyone and have met everyone. So I think hopefully that's like an issue that kind of takes care of itself in some ways, but yeah.
Yeah, especially the virtual format for the past year. So I'm really glad that you guys handled it. Hopefully, yeah, it'll be better next time. Josh, would you like to answer this question as well?
Right. I think, well, the most challenging part for me was more of like a personal thing. And it was just reaching out to other schools just because I find that a little nervous. I tend to think too much on what is and what other people think, but in the end, it's all right.
You did a great job. Plus now we know that these chapters are now interested in Veggie Fair, and now we have introduced it to even more chapters, so hopefully they are also interested. So yeah, you did a great job. And Evelyn, would you like to answer this as well?
I think the most challenging part was trying to like organize everything, like because our participation in the club was kind of like an all-time low back then. So I was like, I had to like contact a lot of people one-on-one, just be like, hey, we want to have this event. Please come participate. And if you have to like message 12 people one-on-one, then that's like a lot of time. So I had to like try to like get that done and also try to grab their interest, but it all worked out in the end. It was just like a lot of messaging, but I'm really glad that it worked out and everyone was like happy to participate. So yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Maybe next time we can have other e-board members, officer members also help out in that process if it was a lot for you. But yes, thank you for sharing, Evelyn. And also our speakers, we're going to move on to our next part.
All right. So, 1 second, got it. So thank you to our speakers thank you to Josh, Nora, and Irene for sharing from your wonderful events. So now after hearing from 3 different social media campaigns and going through the basic structure for such an event, now it's your turn to think of an idea for an event in your breakout rooms. So each breakout room will have probably 4 to 5 attendees, depending on like how many people we actually have today. And anyway, you will have 24 minutes to come up with a rough plan for your event. The event your group comes up with can be for any topic. So just like be creative.
Keep in mind that these campaigns, we would like to treat them with the same effort as an in-person event, as we are trying to blend both physical and virtual attributes into one event. Think of this as a hybrid where in-person does not necessarily mean that everyone is gathered together. It could also just mean that someone is doing a physical activity separately. You should be going into your breakout rooms soon, and we'll see you back here in 24 minutes.
Okay, Grant, this is your room now.
Let's go, Grant.
Wonderful.
You got this.
think that's the right link. Okay, so is everyone here?
Yes.
So it's just the four of us then. So we have, let me share my screen actually. So we have a pretty, how do I put this? Not like vague, but wide, is that the right word? No. We have a lot of options that we could do here. So what exactly do we want to tackle for a campaign that we would do? Because we're supposed to come up with a social media campaign here. So luckily they gave us a bunch of examples that we could try and pick one from. And the speakers, I know that we have one of them with us right here. I think that they did a lot of, so maybe we did a lot of vegetarianism and ethical eating. So maybe we should try something a little bit different. What do our attendees, what am I doing? Do we need to do introductions? No?
Sure.
Josh, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'll just do an introduction. I'm Grant. I'm from the UMD Greater Washington, D.C. region, and I'm an alumni.
I'm Josh. I'm going to be a third year mechanical engineer at UT Austin.
Awesome. I'm Audrey. I'm going to be a rising senior at UT Austin.
I'm Sandra. I'm gonna be a third year this fall at UC Berkeley.
Okay, so let's just get started with picking our topic. Do we want to do, what do you want to do? Actually, I should just write these up here. So I'm just going to pick a few of the ones that I think have pretty good potential for a social media campaign.
Is well-being like mental and physical health?
I'm guessing that's what it means. If anyone has anything they want, they can write it down. And okay, so I personally think we should pick one of these because we've already done vegetarianism. We've spoken about vegetarianism a lot so far. I don't know if internal team bonding would require a social media campaign, because that would be more of just the officers and not the general body.
Yeah, we could do something like well-being or volunteering.
Okay, so that's one vote for well-being and one vote for volunteering. What does what did the other two think?
I would say well-being too.
I guess you can add one more to window well-being.
Well, I can't outvote that, so. then let's just go for this one. So what can we do here? So the idea is to combine social media with something in person, or at least to make people more active. Or what am I saying? To make people have an activity. And again, everyone should have access to this. Don't be afraid if you want to just write down something.
I guess I kind of hosted like an event that's about well-being. In the fall of last year, I had like a fundraiser. It was like Miles for Charity, and it was sort of aimed towards like improving our mental and physical health by running and being active. And so we would have, or I would try to have people reach a certain mileage over the end of like the fundraising period. And so, and then each mile we ran or walk, it would be like $1 donated towards the TC Foundation. And so, yeah.
I think I've heard something like that before, but isn't it like you get someone to sponsor you?
Yeah. Well, oh yeah. Our 师国 and Sibus, I had to talk to them about that.
And then Ling said to give a good suggestion on introducing the Jingsu Ben. Okay, I feel like I'm saying this wrong. Ben Chao herbal tea.
Have you guys heard about that tea that made by the Tsuji?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? That's a very good thing because it really worked to boost the immune system. And I wasn't feeling very well the other day, going to visit somebody, my daughter's house. I woke up feeling uncomfortable. I feel like, you know, something, anybody I drink, it goes away. And there's a girl, she also was feeling ill. And so I took the tea for her and she drank it. The next day she got well. This is ginseng bottle tea. Our recent that we have a big seminar online. I forgot what is it. They have a lot of statistics. Really went through a lot of researches. So it even help people fight certain kind of cancer, something like that. And you can order from the Jinsi store, and you get online Jinsi cafe. You can order online. So there's something like you can keep it on hand in case you need it, and you can tell people it's all natural, and it's something we can talk to other people if you're interested, including the health.
Yeah, I think that's actually super cool. I guess like also the other TC, I think the other things that TC makes, like introducing those as well. I don't know. Because I know that they make like ramen, but also okay, maybe this isn't like they have different products for different things. I know like TC has made recycled or like really soft blankets out of like water bottles, which I think is super cool. But that I'm saying that, but that's not really well-being. It's probably more environmental. But it's an interesting concept too.
I'm trying to think if I can come up with anything here.
I can add on. I was thinking maybe creating informational flyers about the different types of well-beings that are, whether that be like physical, mental, or spiritual, and then just like even creating like a reel of like a TC member practicing their own well-being, or like going on a hike and stuff like that. But yeah.
I'm gonna try and take one of the presenters' ideas with them, with that one, it was exchanging recipes. But how about instead of recipes, you do exchanging hobbies or activities?
Switch hobbies for a day and post about it.
Yeah. I think we have enough ideas here that we could try and pick one. So let's go ahead and vote. Also, you could do this. You can't vote for whatever you proposed.
I like the hobby exchange.
Yeah, that's super cool. I think the hobby exchange would be cool too.
I like the hobby exchange too.
Okay. Well, I guess that's what we're doing. So if we do this, it would be pretty obviously aimed at general body / students, right? Yeah. So the idea would be to, what would that even, what would it exactly be? It would something along the lines of get students to
Try something new.
yeah, try something new,
Mhm.
learn about each other, and find ways, like, is the relax the right word? I feel like it's a better word than relax.
I think that's a good start, right? Unless someone else has something.
Okay, so
Self-care.
so in a way, I think it was Evelyn who had the recipe exchange, right?
Yeah.
So in a way, let's just steal her activity. Okay, so keep in mind the person. Okay, so the in-person activity would be for one day, students will have to experience the hobby secretly assigned to them from their partner.
But I think this is, or I'm also kind of curious. So, what do y'all think about? Is it in person or is it a virtual event? Because I feel like if it was in person or, even being too specific to my chapter, but because I know we have family systems. So if we did that, like maybe if you wanted to get to know your family more, or is it something more of like a brown bag and you exchange it with one person, or is it like um a thing that you put on your story and you like try it, you post about it, and then like people get everyone every day if someone gets a different account and they're like, oh, I was nominated with this person to do this hobby. Is it a nomination process? Is it going to be like how I think Evelyn did it before with the Google form? Maybe
I
I'm
feel
getting
like
ahead of myself, but
I feel like it would be more of the latter with the whole recipe exchange, which was more individual, because not every chapter has a family. I guess you could adapt it to your chapter's needs. We don't have to write that down, I feel, though.
Yeah, okay. I was just curious if it was going to be like an entire org type thing or if it was just individually trying something new.
Do you have problems in the family structure where some families are a lot larger than others because once you first structure them, sometimes members will not be as active?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's something that definitely happens. I think for the purpose of this activity, I guess my thought process is this something that, if you tried tennis, are you going to try that by yourself or are you going to, get a pair or buddy up or, do it with a group of friends, if not, a family system. But is this like, would you go out and do it yourself? I guess is my question. Or would you maybe like do it with a buddy? Maybe that might be easier and get more people to kind of participate as well.
That gave me this idea, which is if you give someone just one hobby, there's a good chance that they may not have the ability to do it. Like, for example, if you say that your hobby is, what's a hobby? Someone tell me their hobbies.
Play piano.
Okay, so they don't have a piano. Yeah. So should be. So if they provide multiple options, then there is a possibility then that they could have ones that overlap or ones that require more people. And that way it would help buffer a little bit there. Can anyone think of any other problems with this that would require a little bit more rules?
Does it have to be secretly assigned? Or I guess I thought about, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, sorry.
Or I just thought like,
yeah, actually that would defeat the purpose of learning about other people.
Like if you have a Google Forms and then people sign up and then their hobby and then you just pair them up and then they would like hang out for a day trying and like teaching each other.
So that's a good point. Students should spend time with their partner and learn about their hobbies.
Wait, why don't you just make it a brown bag and then get them to do their activities together and then allow them to post about it?
I think it's a little bit difficult in that case because some hobbies require either travel or some preparation beforehand. So for assigning, also we gotta have a little bit of the virtualness to factor in here.
Oh.
So assigning could be through virtual means.
I think that's why it's important. I guess we should first decide if this is a virtual event or if this is something that can be done in person.
Yeah, this is the in-person one.
So if it's in person, my thought process is when you do meet up with someone, and let's say you sign them like a regular brown bag, for example, and sometimes you will go out for lunch and learn more about them. But maybe it could be, hey, so if it's something you can do around campus, then why not bring them to one of those events? So if it's like, oh, I just like hiking, well, maybe they can go out and do that as their brown bag and do it together. And another time do something else too. Like if it's something that's their hobby, I would or I guess I'm not really under.
I thought that the whole point of this activity was to experience new hobbies, so stuff that you normally wouldn't do.
Correct. And so one of the students would be leading the other student, their partner, who's learning more about that new hobby. And then they could also go ahead and do the other ones, like the other one as well. So like they're teaching the other person about their hobby, and it's less of, okay, I like this, so you go do this. It's more of, oh, I like this. Why don't we go do it together? And I think that brings a personable aspect as well.
Yeah, so they would be assigned partner. Maybe it's better if we start on the virtual part already, so that way we understand a little better. So I thought it would be that students so something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's what I was. Wait, okay. If this is the virtual component.
Yeah. Oh, they also want what media?
It could be to the Facebook group.
Who should post or share? Actually, no. It would make more sense for officers to collect it and then post it as a whole, right? No.
I mean,
I thought,
sorry, Josh, go ahead.
or I just thought like the partners, they would send like their photos and whatnot to like the historian who's like in charge of the accounts, and then they post.
I think it could be something as simple as like kind of what we did for Veg Fair too, and some other events is they could post it in the Facebook group themselves, and then the historian or whoever's in charge of the account can verify that there is nothing wrong with it and then go ahead and like confirm and let them post it on. So there's like this little like netting thing, if that makes sense. But either way it works.
I feel like it makes more sense to send it to the historian or social media officer. That way, the officer can also encourage the partners to send it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it.
Sorry, I don't like to interrupt, but like everyone is back into the main room. So thank you for leading the sharing. Can you stop sharing your screen, please? Thank you. Okay, so welcome back.
Okay, I was muted.
Oh.
Sorry. So yeah, welcome back everyone. So now we think we have enough time. So we would like to invite everyone to like invite each group to share out with us what you guys came up with. So you can be like really brief, like the rough idea you came up with and why do you go down that idea and like some like basic things you thought of. So yeah, go for it. I heard a lot of great ideas, so definitely don't be shy. Just like share out. There's like so many good ideas out there.
Okay.
I'll volunteer first. Oh, sorry, Nicole.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I want to share first. We came out with the event. Basically, it's like roughly 2 weeks long. Mental health weeks. Basically just try to de-stress, give students a chance to de-stress, and where our audience are like students from the same campus, potentially other student club on the same campus, and also other TC clubs across the nation. And different type of, so every other day we'll have them to do a de-stress activity. So for example, we have yoga, and another one is taking a short walk. Just basically, you know, put yourself away from like school stress and stuff. Just go outside and take a walk, and also have like cooking as well, veggie cooking as well. So kind of like different thing every other day, and we'll post that as an overall summary on Instagram, and also Facebook will create like an album for that, and also on Instagram story we'll basically share the info of the event and have like our officer to share the story, so to reach out to more people. Another thing is that we try to do like tabling as well, like a week or two prior to the event, to promote the awareness of mental health, and also advertising this event as well. So all right, that's it. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Roger. That's such a cool event, the mental health weeks. I think since everyone is under such stress in college with like papers and finals and exams and all that, it's very, very important. Yes, Marilyn. So we'd like to invite another group to share. Are there any volunteers before I start calling on people?
I can. I would like. Oh yeah, same group. Go ahead, all yours. Yeah, so my group consisted of Jen as well, and Jamie and Emily. The moderator wants to pin them as well on Zoom. But we thought of the idea of like cross-chapter bonding across all Tzu-Ching groups across America and or Canada. And so the whole objective would be to kind of connect and create a more solidified, I guess, TCCA Tzu-Ching United States altogether. And so we want to allow Tzu-Ching members from different chapters across all over America again to meet each other. And this kind of riffs off of kind of the idea of the veggie fair that was presented earlier today that UT kind of hosted. And so I think to pass on the more particular details of like what these chapters and how they can combine, I think I'll pass it on to Emily.
I'll go actually to talk more about the activity. So we're thinking of having everyone from different chapters will break them out into groups so that it'll be small groups of maybe 4 or 5 with one person from different chapters. So each person in each group will be from a different chapter. And so we'll be working together and doing kind of a scavenger hunt. So we'll do maybe like a 1 or 2 weeks long, and we'll do different challenges. So people will have to complete these challenges and try to have their group win. So we're thinking of doing some things that can be TC related, like go to a vegetarian restaurant or cook a vegetarian meal. And then we can also have some other activities like take a picture of a famous place in your town and things like that. And we're hoping to have people work together and meet different people from other chapters and and bond that way, and also kind of get to know about some of TC's values while also having fun.
Yeah, and just to add on real quick, the unique part of it is that so there could be like one person from Cal Tzu-Ching meets one person from the NYC chapter, meets another person from UT, and meets another person from like the UCI chapter. And all of us are kind of the single group, and we have these lists of challenges that we all want to complete. And then we're against these other groups consisting of various members from all different chapters. And the idea is that we can get to know our small group really well, but then there can also be larger events where you can also garner points through this challenge system, where we can kind of do something that Roger was talking about, of having like learning about mental health awareness or learning about vegetarianism or things like that. And so the whole idea is to kind of create something that can be cross chapter and allows everyone from various chapters all across America to get to know each other. And I guess like meeting someone from New York as someone from California would be super cool. Same with Texas, same with any other state.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, you guys. That is amazing. So I think we have time for one more group. Also, I hope you guys actually like are able to like put this event into fruition, because I would love to attend and it would have been amazing. So we have time for maybe one more group to share. Are there any volunteers?
I can, if anyone from my groups wants to go, otherwise I can also share for our group. Okay, I guess I will share for my group. I just thought that what our people came up with was really good. I was in a group with Ling Ling, Rafferty, Eric, and Haley, and they came up with the idea of using TikTok to target a young audience. And then the topic that we're talking about is environmentalism. So like the reason we're using TikTok is to target a younger audience, because that is primarily a group that is on TikTok. And because we're focusing on the environment, the future is really up to them. So it's important to spread awareness to them. And then participants would be like club members and the young generation. And then the sort of challenge that we wanted to do was to have like start a duet chain basically of eco-friendly challenges. So our group came up with ideas like recycling, taking public transportation, picking up trash. But then there's also going to be like lesser known ideas. Something that we talked about was like that one time Alan was showing us how to make like grocery bags out of t-shirts, like having people duet with these like ideas that they use to protect the environment. And then hopefully like through these chain events, like maybe it'll garner more attention and spread more awareness of being environmentally friendly, because a lot of like the younger generation, that is also something that they care a lot about. And on top of that, after getting like that awareness, we could hopefully have like members, like TC members, like do it and then also spread it. And then if it reaches other chapters, they could also like do it. And then it just like starts a chain of spreading awareness of environmental protection. And then Ling Ling also mentioned that like if the campaign is really successful, it has potential to like reach like the iNews. And then in that case, like the challenges that we come up with would also be able to reach an older audience, which I thought was also super cool. So yeah, just basically like partaking in some of the TC appropriate trends to sort of spread awareness of both like our organization, also the importance of doing everything that you can to like protect the environment.
Thank you so much, Amber, for sharing. That's such an awesome idea. I know for myself, I do not use TikTok. I am TikTok illiterate, so maybe this will actually get me to download it. But yeah, thank you for sharing. That was amazing. So if you would like to see more details about the other groups, the events that they came up with, we will be compiling a list and sending it out after the conference. So you guys will have that as a resource.
So there were like so many good ideas. You guys all did awesome. And hopefully like we can like implement some of these ideas. You all will like go back and implement some of these new ideas in the next year in your own chapters. And then like all chapters can support each other and create a ripple effect.
So thank you for your participation in our class, and we hope that you took away some interesting ideas and campaigns to bring back to your chapters.
Right. Thanks everyone for joining us here today. Thank you all for your participation. And we hope you learn more about the social networking. All right, back to you, Steve.
Thanks again, Nicole and Evelyn, for the wonderful class. I really enjoyed hearing all your ideas, and I wish you the best of luck in implementing those. And I look forward to attending them in the future if possible. We're now going to move to a very quick break. The break is going to end in probably like 10 minutes. A 10-minute break is going to end at 6:15 Eastern, 5:15 Central, and 3:15 Pacific. And so please stretch, use the facilities, grab a quick snack before we come back.
All right. Take a few moments and come back. So before I pass it off to the last, I talk about break. Hold on. All right, is this better? Okay. Yes. No. Maybe so.
Alrighty, thanks, Steve. Okay, give me a second to share my screen. So last class of the day, and so y'all are gonna use y'all's big brain one last time with ideation. So welcome to Ideation Nation and event creation. My name is Jen, and I'm from the UT Austin chapter, Hookem, where I served as the forum president.
And I'm Grant from the UMD in Greater Washington, D.C. region, where I served as the former public relations officer and service chair. Go Terps.
And today we're going to take you on an adventure to explore ideation, what it is, what's the general process, a couple of ideation methods that you'll get to practice, and kind of some next steps on how to make that idea become a reality in y'all's chapters. So we hope you get to learn and practice new things and strategies that y'all can all take home to your chapters. So we'll get right into it. So what is ideation? Let's start with the basics. And so there's many definitions of it, but the definition that we'll be using in our presentation today is, let's see, it's the process of generating, creating, and communicating ideas into reality. So of course, the process of ideation can be applied to all sectors and realms of life, but specifically in TC and TCCA, I feel like it's important to ideate and think of ideas that socially impact our community that we seek to help, educate, or entertain. Alrighty, so why is this even important? Why should we be mindful of ideation? And so ideation is really like the stepping stone between understanding your target audience's needs and coming up with solutions or events or presentations for them. And so ideation can help spark that creativity by letting us question the status quo or the norm and what's been done before. And it can look at the problem and the prompt from a very different angle. And so I feel like the concept of ideation is just like lets us loose from any judgment or biases that we currently have. And so it's all about challenging the norm, questioning the obvious, and our ability to kind of redefine it and see if it's like working in the present situation or if we need to like revamp it. So a key takeaway is a good ideation process can lead to a more thought out idea, more efficient and thoughtful planning, how nice. And finally, a presentation or event that reflects the original idea and the original thought, which is the most important thing. So let's embark on a journey to ideation.
So the first step to ideation is talking about the purpose. Why and what are you ideating in the first place? Are you working to come up with a GM, a service event? What service event do you think will your members like? What do you think will be helpful in your community? The first step of ideation requires a lot of research, but it is crucial to building the foundations of a good event or GM. Then we want to talk about the takeaways. What do you want them to learn or gain from this experience? Before planning anything, this should be your first question.
Alrighty, and the next two steps kind of go together. The second step is to draft a problem statement, which we'll get a little bit into that in the later slides. The problem can range from a lot of things, right? It can range from coming up with different GM topics that will keep your members engaged, or it can range from just creating a volunteer event that addresses a certain issue in your community. And so in the next slide, we'll get more into the problem statement. And then we'll show you how to modify that problem statement into a how might we statement. Ooh.
So here's what a typical problem statement can look like. Well, a little bit of a slow here, but why does TCCA have a hard time recruiting new members? Why are motivated Austinites experiencing homelessness? But however, there is a problem with the problem statement. It addresses the problem, but it doesn't touch on who the target audience is or any active solutions. Thus, good ideators take it one step further with something called a how might we statement.
Okay, so the how might we statement, what is it? So I feel like it's a very powerful statement used by a lot of good ideators because it's just action inducing. It takes a passive problem statement that Grant gave examples of into kind of a more actionable remark. And so what does that mean? So let's take a look at some examples. And so this is actually kind of like a general template of a how might we statement. And so it's how might we address, and then you enter your problem or your root cause in there, keeping your targeted population that you want to help educate and entertain from achieving your ideal outcome. And so it's really cool because I feel like this is just like a thesis statement that addresses everything. It addresses the issue, the problem, right? It addresses the population that you want to help or the population that you're presenting to, and then addresses like the most important thing, which is your overall outcome. What do I want this event to be like? What do I want it to achieve? What do I want this presentation to be like? What do I want it to, what do I want people to take away from it? And so, yeah, let me switch to the next slide. And so
let's take a look at the differences between a problem statement and then a how might we statement. So before we had, why does TCCA have a hard time recruiting new members? And now we say, how might we address the lack of social media engagement at TCCA Austin, keeping freshmen from noticing the TCCA chapter? You'll notice that we added a lot more detail, and now we have a more clear goal in mind.
Yep. And then this is another example from the perspective of a service event. And so before we had this problem statement statement about people experiencing homelessness. And we were able to transform it to something that is more specific. We added the lack of education in job hunting. And so that's kind of like the root cause in this case. And then we also added a little bit more about what our ideal outcome might be for those for the people that we want to serve. So I think it's really cool how the how might we statement really shifts the perspective in brainstorming for solutions, because the problem statement kind of focuses on discovering that root cause and through research, right? But the how might we statement already inserts that root cause in, and you're trying to find an ideal outcome to that. So just shifts the perspective. It's all about perspective, right? To kind of expand your creativity more when it comes to brainstorming for your events or for your presentations.
So what's next? Use that how might we statement in your ideation process with ideation methods that can expand your creativity. Do your research with your how might we statement, take into consideration what's been done and what can be done in the future.
And of course, this is just like a reminder that ideation is a process and it's an iterative process, which means that you're bound to make mistakes, you're bound to come up with really bad ideas, you're bound to repeat the whole process again or edit a lot of different things. But that is part of ideation, and it's meant to be messy, and it's meant to, like, you'll find that there is going to be a lot of bad ideas, right? And I feel like we should shed light to those and just like acknowledge them, and they might like open doors for maybe like a good pathway to a better idea. So it's super cool that it's iterative. And so now we're going to segue into some actual ideation methods that y'all will be using in y'all's breakout rooms. Brum, brum.
So our first ideation method is called mind maps. You start with a central problem and then create major branches to solve it. So for our example here, we have global warming, which splits into use less, travel, home, and other branches. These are broad ideas that alone do not have a specific course of action. Then you split these major branches into smaller ones with more detail. And the number of branches you have is not important. What is important is becoming more specific in your details and expanding out your mind map into a big web of possibilities.
And so kind of like offshooting from mind maps is the next ideation method that we're going to teach y'all is storyboarding. And so a lot of people use storyboarding. I heard like Walt Disney, when they like create Pixar movies, they use it to kind of like draw out the user experience or draw out what people like view. And so it's really interesting. I say it's an offshoot from mind maps because mind maps helps to like branch off a lot of ideas, but storyboarding really takes a specific idea and you basically create a visualization of it through a couple of panels. And so it's really cool to see from start to finish what the participant or what you think the participant is going to experience and what you think the participant should experience. And so like if you're doing like an event, you would like storyboard how that participant would go through that event, how they would feel, what they would interact with, things like that. So it's really good for visualizing your event before it actually occurs.
And our last ideation method is called 635. And don't let the numbers confuse you because these specific numbers can be changed. You start the chain by creating something. It can be an idea, an essay, presentation, or GM topic. It's sort of a little bit like storyboarding in that regard. And then you pass it on to someone else who will edit it with 3 of their ideas. That's why it's called 635. And then they pass it on to someone else who will add 3 of their own ideas, so on, so on. And it'll eventually end with you. So the idea is 6 people, 3 ideas, 5 times you'll pass it on. But you can edit those numbers. That's not really important. What is important is that in the end, you'll have a project with many people's collaboration. Unfortunately, today, we will not have the time to practice this ideation method.
Okay, so now that we kind of briefly briefed y'all about the ideation methods, we're gonna give y'all a chance to actually practice them and see what y'all think of them. So you'll be split into breakout rooms, each with a problem statement. And so you'll basically, for the first one, ideate using mind maps. And so you're giving a problem statement, you try to convert that into how might we statements. You don't have to, but try to kind of like start thinking of it from that perspective and then create a mind map of solutions for that issue. And we have an example in the next slide. But important thing to note is remember your favorite solution, circle it or highlight it on your mind map if you can, because we're gonna use that in the next breakout room, or we might get y'all to share. So it'd be good to like make note of that and circle it or highlight it. Let me see. This is the example of the mind maps. It doesn't have to look like this, but it's usually branches and offshoots. You can do text, you can draw, you can add Google images. Just be creative with it. I just want to emphasize that ideation is judgment-free. The idea can be as extravagant or as simple. But yeah, just don't be barred by logistics. So we can go into breakout rooms soon. What was that, Greg?
Quickly, here's a list of the topics and a link to the Jamboards. The facilitators will also have this. You should have 10 minutes at least for this activity, maybe longer. We should have longer, right? I think we have more time.
Hopefully, yeah, but nice.
Okay, so don't click on your Jamboard quite yet because you got to see who you're going to be with. Okay, are we set? Oh, yes, we are. All right, see you soon, everyone.
It seems like there's a couple of alumni in here in the main room, along with the attendees.
All right, that's fine. No problem. I love alumni because I am one myself. So why am I spotlighted? That's fine. If you, so I'm gonna post the Jamboard link in the chat, and then we can go from there. So if you want to click into it, get familiar with the software. I know the first time I used it, it was kind of weird, but take a moment. On the left-hand side, you can see your options. You have a pen. You can change the pen to a marker, to a highlighter, to a brush. You can also put in sticky notes. You can, there we go. You can draw shapes. You can do a whole bunch of stuff. And so we're going to use this piece of software. I'm supposed to share my screen. Yes. So you can follow my screen. All right. There we go. It's kind of blurry. Don't know why it's kind of blurry. So follow along. And so our prompt is, how do we help people experiencing homelessness? This is, of course, a very big, massive issue. But so let's try to break it down into smaller things. So y'all feel free to shout things out or just dive right in and start putting ideas on the paper. But I think there's a way. Here's the type. Okay. So does anyone want to shout out some things that I can put on the screen?
Like their essential needs, like I'm thinking like tents. I would think tents or food.
Okay.
Socks. Is this am I on the right track?
There's no right or wrong track.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
gonna put some stuff down. So I heard housing, like tents. I heard essential needs food. Can someone help me make lines?
Yes.
I think I heard clothing. I don't know. All right, anything else?
Do you think job opportunity could be one?
Yep, definitely. Job, employment. What else? Anything else?
Hygiene items.
Hygiene items, very good. Hygiene items. I don't know. I never know how to spell hygiene. Is that right? Anything else?
Mental health or emotional support, that kind
Mhm.
of thing.
Yep, very, very important. Mental, emotional health. There you go. Oop, that's okay. Let's actually, okay, I'll put it here. Thanks. I'm not sure who that is, but thanks. All right, so let's pick one of these, or maybe each one of you can pick one of them and kind of explore that in a bit more detail. And I think the way we could explore it is maybe ways in which we can provide services or provide help in such areas, whether we being as TCCA or we being society at large. Does that make sense? And if you don't have access to the Jamboard, not quite, I think everyone does, but if you don't, just holler and I can be your keyboard, your secretary.
Sorry, but how do we make the fonts smaller if it's like too large?
So I think if you click on the little text box under the top where it says
Oh.
style normal, I think you can change it to caption.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I did, Linda. I couldn't figure out how to make it smaller otherwise.
There has to be a way. Why is there not like a font size?
I'm sure there is, Steve. If you find it, I would so greatly appreciate it because I like writing a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I love what I'm seeing here.
I just wanted to chime in here, but did y'all have a favorite branch? It'll play into the next part of the class as well.
Yeah, no, thanks, Brian. I was just looking for how much time we have remaining. Yes, we do need to choose a branch. I love everything that I'm seeing here. I think these are all wonderful ideas that I think actually think many our chapters, your chapter, our chapters, Stitching as a whole can all help with. And so does anyone want to help to pick one or help to identify the one that they really like? And let me monitor the chat.
So we pick one as a group, or we like pick our own?
We need to pick one as a group. The next activity, we will use the one that we picked.
Yeah, sure.
I think food's interesting. Financial aid is also interesting, something I didn't initially think about. But I think food is really cool because you see like different branches, and then it also like flows into some other things as well. But
Okay,
food
that's
for
one
thought.
vote for food. Anyone else? What do you all think? Linda, Josh, Sandra.
I'll also go with food.
Okay. It's 2 for food. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think food is also a good one.
Okay. Are folks all going with the flow? Going with where the group is headed? Okay, so let's choose food. And do we want to pick one within food, or how do we want to do this? I guess there's 2 main branches. There's like food distribution, and then there's food kind of registration for food stamps and other government benefits.
Question. So is the end goal of this activity to plan an event? Is that why we're focusing on one?
Yes, you will ultimately develop something that will use that one pathway that we wrote or that we decided to help the homeless or those experiencing homelessness.
Okay. They're honestly all of interest to me. I think if you want to go like the more traditional route, you could do food distribution, and that's something that I know some chapters also have, like soup kitchen and serving that. So that's something we can also consider. But I think also if you want to like branch out or do something that isn't usually thought about, we could definitely do the benefits and registration. So it's up to what everyone else kind of wants to see.
Josh, you have any thoughts, or anyone else?
I also agree with Audrey. It can go either way, but I was thinking maybe being creative. I was mentioning in the group chat and just going with the registry.
All right. Well, why don't we choose to do that? Let's all be creative. I know since everyone heard us say that, we are locked into that position. So I'll turn it back to Jen.
Okay, is everyone back? Good, then I just want to take a look at our mind maps. Okay, everyone see this?
Whoa.
Honestly, good job, everyone. I saw a lot of great ideas out there. So I should have clarified that we should have had people highlight, but from the group one, which one did you think was the one you want to pick for storyboarding?
It's a great
Sorry, we
question.
got too carried away. Food.
Well, you don't have to pick right now. You can pick when we start next activity. But I just wanted to take a look at all the different ones that we managed to go through. Ooh, okay, I see that.
Love the How Might We statements, y'all. Yay.
Then here's number 3. I see that you guys really like this one, hands-on activities. Okay, and then this one for environmentalism. And you guys, I see, picked the EPKs.
That's right.
Yeah. It looks like you decided to mix social events with volunteering experiences. I'm curious to see how that works. And the last one, I see you guys liked a lot of different ones. Say vegetarian, talk to children, people eat. You know, these are all pretty good ideas. I think it'll be pretty hard picking just one. The mascot. Okay, so.
All right, let me reshare my screen. Really good mind maps, y'all.
Just for a second, because we're actually going to jump right back into breakout rooms, and we're going to now do storyboarding to think about how to get to one of your solutions. Hopefully you chose one from the mind maps, but it's okay. You can just pick one right now and create your storyboarding. After you create your storyboard, we'll return back to the main room, and then we'll look at them just like we did right now. Just want to remind you about storyboarding. How it works is that you think about each individual step, going from where your first step to what solution you want. So in this case, it would be, how would you want to slow down global warming? And the top is the description of what that step is. The bottom half of each square is what possible complications or problems could come up with that possible step. So our breakout rooms set. Okay.
And
Okay, so there are quite a lot of non-Siching people here now, but the official members of this group are Steve, Audrey, Josh, Linda, and Sandra. But if y'all have any other thoughts or want to jump in, feel free.
All right. Thanks, Brian. I'm going to share my screen. So I put in the Jamboard for the storyboarding breakout room in the chat. I'm going to share my screen right now, and you should all see. There. You should all see this. So keep the mind map one open. Before we start this storyboarding, I think we decided to use the let's help folks register for government benefits that may help them in their time of need, particularly with food. And so let's talk a little bit about how, as Tzu we can do that and how we want to approach that. Does anyone want to kick us off with an idea or an approach?
I think honestly, the first thing you might want to consider is how are we going to reach these people? If it's a different organization, if it's us actually going out and reaching out. And yeah, I think that's kind of the first step.
That's a great first question. Do you have any thoughts on like initial ideas on how we can reach them?
I think either partnering with homeless shelters, but then again, it's like I think also need to consider if that's our right target audience, because if they're at a homeless shelter, maybe they are being fed there, or maybe it is a good place to start, because if once they leave there, it's a good way to kick off and build that awareness so that when they are on their own, they can do all that themselves. But yeah,
Okay.
maybe we can start by partnering with them or considering that.
So I love that idea. I think that's definitely a place we can start. Does anyone else have any ideas of where to start?
I also agree with Audrey because I feel like they have the most knowledge and they would definitely know how we can meet their needs. And most often they would also even identify like communities that are in need where we can actually help and be more intentional with our purpose.
I totally agree. So it looks like, does anyone else have any thoughts? All right, so it looks like the way that we're going to do it is we're going to partner with a local organization and I guess find a volunteer opportunity that will enable us to help folks register and access the benefits that they're entitled to. Okay, so then why don't we put that as number one? And it's volunteer, or that's our approach. Volunteer with local social service agency to okay. And so let's break that down into, I'm gonna do this. Nope. I don't know how to bold. So let's let us break that down into 6 steps. And so if that was our goal, or if that was our approach to getting from our organization to doing something to help people experiencing homelessness, well, let's break it down into 6 steps. So does anyone want to like brainstorm the first step?
So would the first step just be like identify or find the local social service agency that we want to like work with?
Sure, I like that. Identify local organization. We put local grassroots organization to partner with and volunteer at. Perfect. Okay, what's next? What do we do after that?
Contact them.
Did someone say something? Sorry.
I just said contact them.
Okay. Reach out to them. Okay, I don't know if that's the second one, but I'll put it as number 2. All right, what's next?
I think before contacting them, also brainstorming or identifying what we can help, like what can we do as an org? For example, like can we help with clothing donations or like food registry? Like how can we help them instead of like when we contact them, they telling us what to do. I don't know if that makes sense. Like
Okay.
what can we offer to them?
Okay, I definitely think that makes sense. I'm just curious if our goal is to help folks access like government benefits, how where do you think we can provide like what do you think we can provide in that like realm of things?
It depends on what we are at capacity to as a chapter or like organization.
I think also with that, we might need to consider, is this something as simple as putting a flyer, or is it something as we're going to host a workshop? Is this something that's going to be monthly, or is this something that's a one-time thing? Considering what format we want to do this can also determine how we pitch the idea to them or what they're more comfortable with as well. And I think that's, yeah.
Adding on, as like the chat was being creative and I was just reading it, consistency is very important when building trust. And definitely when it comes to this community in need, like consistency is something that they would like. So I feel like if we can do the format which is consistent, where we're regularly going out and like reaching out to them to support them in their needs, that would definitely benefit them. So I would say, I know, I'm just advocating for consistency.
No, I absolutely agree. I think that's really important. I'm curious. Let's talk a little bit about volunteer responsibilities. I think this relates a little bit to what you were saying, Sandra, about what the chapter can do. And what do you think Siching volunteers would want to commit to and or have the capacity as well as experience and expertise to do? And that's not just for you, Sandra.
Yeah, I agree. So while I also agree that like consistency is really important, considering that we do want to do something that, or at least from my understanding, is trying to teach them more about registering for benefits that the government may provide. It's like, would you be giving the same presentation workshop every week? Would it be different? Is it, or would it be a weekly thing if they have new people? Or yeah, I think just like considering that as well. And as Steve mentioned, what is the expertise? How much will we know? So is it like partnering with other people even to bring them in and give more of an example? I don't know, just different ideas to consider as well. I would love to hear y'all's ideas.
That's a great point. I was thinking maybe dividing the team or chapter with like the different expertise they have because everybody has different knowledge, and maybe even creating like a monthly calendar where we have set dates. For example, as Audrey was mentioning, like those specific workshops, if they have new people coming in, we can have like different dates where we can repeat the workshops, and they can attend, and maybe like have other specific dates where other officers can focus on, whether that be like food registry, food beds, or just doing like soup kitchens, or like providing clothing or different hygiene distributions, like just rotating what we can do throughout the month, and definitely not being stuck with just one officer doing all the work, but just dividing it and delegating the tasks.
Okay. I'm just taking notes here. They're not really in any order. So I'm just gonna, we'll spend some time later to organize them. I'm curious. So there seems to be, I know both you, Audrey, and Sandra, both of you said workshop. I'm curious what made you think of a workshop, and are there any other ways in which we may be able to help?
From my personal experience, I was thinking besides workshops, even having a meal with like one community member. I know that's how one specific way where you can build bond and just provide communication between one another. And that's how we learn their needs and how it's best for us to help them. And speaking, and then yeah, so that's something I've done in the past where not just only do I do like soup kitchen, but I also grab my meal and then go sit and have my one-on-one conversation with them. And even because I've learned that they are a community, like even though they're unhoused and they do struggle, they are their own community and they are organized and they do like have like so much potential and knowledge. So that's something that I would also propose.
Yeah, super good point. And I think also, I guess the reason why I kind of went ahead and thought workshop was because I felt like it was more personable, or even if it's like tutoring when you do one-on-one, it's less of like I did mention, possibly like if you want to be more informational, you could do a flyer, but then it's how does that really connect with them and will they actually read it at the same time? So I think that's just kind of where my head went to at first, but of course, it's something that we can discuss. And um, yeah, that's just kind of my thought process.
Okay, sounds good. So given time, I think we're in a good place. I keep seeing Alice mouth things. I'm not sure if she's meaning to talk, if she's just muted, or if she's just like in
I'm
agreement.
just saying things, Steve. I'm not supposed to be participating, so I'm just talking to myself here.
Okay, you're welcome to participate. We always enjoy hearing your ideas. Okay, so I'm going to I'm going to try to organize this in a way that is congruent with this storyboarding idea. So Brian, we have more time, right? Please tell me we have more time.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay, good. All right. So the prompt was, how do we help folks who are experiencing homelessness? And it seems like our approach is to volunteer and connect with local social service agencies to help folks access benefits. And so the first thing we're going to do is identify some like a selection of different organizations that work with this population and reach out to them, get in contact with them. And then at the same time as getting in contact with them, we're also going to do some research ourselves on number one, what our chapter has the capability of doing. Two, what our chapter members are familiar with, and what they might need additional training or what they might need to learn. And then after that, I'm assuming we're going to have some conversations with this potential partner organization. And we're going to focus on centering it on the individual, on the folks that we have that we're seeking to connect with, these unhoused individuals, to learn more about their lived experiences, and using that conversation, be able to better tailor our help and our aid to support them. I'm not sure how that ultimately ends up getting folks or helping folks access benefits, but that does sound very nice. And that sounds like something, it already sounds something that's worthwhile to do. Does anyone have anything that they want to add to that kind of summary or that this idea? All right, I think I saw Alice comment that basically leads to folks, or once we have those conversations and we're better able to connect with them, we can then better support and see if they're registered for benefits, and if they're not, help connect them with these benefits. Okay, that's good. I'm going to quickly update this to reflect what I said. From conversations, connect folks with any other benefits. Okay, so a couple things as we wrap up this conversation. One is, as we can lay out in the storyboard, we're supposed to identify steps, but we're also supposed to identify barriers to the steps. We're not really going to have time for this, but I think you can see very, very quickly what might be some of the issues that we might encounter as we work on some of these steps. So let's say identify local organizations. What if you cannot identify any? What if you don't find any? Reach out to partner organizations. What if they don't respond? That's very common. I hear that a lot. Identifying what the chapter can do. What if you all get stuck? Or if you all get stuck with what resources you have. So I think that's one benefit of this approach of like laying down the specific steps to get you from like where you're like a blank slate to an ultimate goal that actually helps folks. I'm curious now, passing it off to you all, kind of what you all thought about this approach. Was it helpful? Was it not helpful? And how applicable it might be as you think about your teaching leadership. Time is running short, so someone wants to chime in one thing before the breakout rooms close.
I guess I'll just say something.
Thanks, Josh.
I think I would prefer the previous, the mind maps, just because I feel like if you go through storyboarding, you're only going through like one linear path, and you can't really like branch out for many opportunities. But that was just what I thought.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I mean, I think that's exactly the like one of the, whether it's benefits or what, I guess it's one of the features of each. The mind map allows you to explore many different options and come up with a lot of different ideas. But the storyboard allows you to take one specific idea and go real deep into it and plan out the details, the specifics. So as we close, I'm going to pass it back to Jen and Grant and stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. So let's go through some of the storyboards. I kind of already did like a sneak peek. They all look so good. Okay, here we go. Okay, hopefully y'all can see my screen. So I'm just gonna briefly go through them real quick and kind of, I guess, read them out loud. So this is group 1. How do we help people experiencing homelessness? First step, identify local grassroots organization to partner with and volunteer at. Second step, reach out to partner organizations. Third, identifying what the chapter can do / how chapters want to do it. Consistency is important. Regular outreach is preferred. Step 4, understand what chapter members are familiar with and what needs to be learned. Schedule workshops, delegate tasks. Step 5, work with partner org to determine best approach, group workshop, really good. Individual conversations with community members to learn more about their lived experiences. And then step 6, from conversations, connect folks with other benefits. Nice, that is a really good storyboard from start to finish. Okay. Let me go to the second one.
Oh, I love the pictures.
These are really cute. Okay, how do we recruit new members? Interactive tabling, disrupting others, games and activities at the table. Okay, attract attention. Oh my God, the meme. More people come to table and share about TC. Let's go. Potential members, remember the TC booth and sign up. And then you get new members. Nice. Really relates to the public speaking class that we did where we had to pitch. Nice. Okay. How do we create a fun and educational social? Oh, I love how y'all put like problems with each panel. I think that really that really shows that storyboard allows you to kind of like nitpick out the problems of each step so that you guys can like avoid it before you plan the actual event or when the actual event happens. And so really good point right there. Think we're running a little bit low on time, so y'all can read it. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight good job with the counter actions and the problems. How do we promote environmentalism? EPKs, environmental protection kit for package kits. They were educating about this earlier. But yeah, I really like the graphics and then the little sticky notes of just comments about problems and just like other little logistical things. And then let's see, how do we recruit members and keep them engaged? I remember in this breakout room, someone mentioned like it's hard to connect these things together, or how do we connect the next step to the next step? And I thought that was a really good point in the point of storyboarding, which is all about connection and getting that transition in from each step of the event. And don't worry, we'll send like a PNG of all of these out via email or something. We'll get them to you, and so you can look through them more in depth. And then the last one is how to promote vegetarian eating. Graphic design, gather recipes, ask Masumi for help in writing and researching, publicize distribution, and you get a good cookbook with veggie recipes. Nice. Okay.
Very well thought out.
Yeah, really good job, y'all. Okay. I will return back to my presentation. Okay. Last thing that we wanted to get to, I know some groups were able to talk about these reflection questions, but yeah, we kind of just wanted y'all to reflect about these ideation methods. Which one did you find like the most helpful? How are they different? Which one did you like more? I know, let's see, if anyone wants to like volunteer, if they have like an idea or an opinion.
Jen, I think we're a little low on time, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, sounds good. Alrighty, I will, well, y'all can reflect yourselves. But yeah, I hope that y'all got to learn these different ideation methods and how to get to a really refined idea before you enter into any logistical phase. And so I think the main takeaway, if y'all were to take away anything from this class, is not only the ideation methods that you're able to learn and explore, but also that ideation is really just about getting out of your comfort zone and just letting your creativity flow. And it's going to be pretty rewarding in the end once you come up with an idea that is sustainable and impactful for like a really long time. But yeah, thank you all so much for participating. Sorry, out of time, but thank y'all.
Thank you, everyone. And we're going to go back to Steve now.
All right. Thank you, Jen and Grant, for such a fantastic class. The last class of the stitching track really required us to use our brains and to really get our brain juices flowing so that we can so that we're able to come up with such exciting events and use really innovative and really thoughtful methods and approaches to organize some of the ideas that we have. One of the things that I often encounter and that often challenges me is I always have so many ideas that I want to happen, or there's so many ways to approach something, and trying to think through which way is the best, which way works the best given the constraints, given the context of the chapter. And hopefully these approaches will help you to do that. So now we're going to transition over to our conference closing. I think let's take a quick 2-minute break. I won't put anything up, but if you need to take a quick break, go now. And then I will I'll say something in 2 minutes for folks to come back. And this will also allow folks who are joining from the alumni track, who are joining for the first time, who are attending the conference closing, to join as well. All right, let's take a moment to come back, and then we will get started, because I know we have a lot of folks online. All right, so as I shared earlier, and as folks appear to be reacting in the chat, we are at the final session of this year's US TCCA Virtual Leadership Conference, and this is the conference closing. Over the past 3 days, we have gathered virtually to connect with each other, to learn more about Tzu Chi, and our values, and to support the development of not only our respective chapters and communities around the US, but also our own selves. The conference slogan is learning from the past and creating a better future. I hope yesterday you were able to hear classes and engage in conversations that provided perspective of what it means to be a volunteer with Tzu Chi, what types of connections, conversations, and communities we want to foster as TCCA and as Tzu Chi leaders, and how to find meaning in your experiences to deepen your commitment to be kind, to be compassionate, to be mindful, and to be humble. And today, I hope you were able to collaborate with chapter and volunteer leaders from across the country to rediscover or to develop or rediscover important skills to tackle the new challenges Tzu Chi chapters and Tzu Chi communities will face this upcoming year. As with any conference closing, we want to invite a couple of folks to share about their conference experience. While we know that this isn't the usual in-person conference and your interaction with us was virtual and was limited, we would love to hear kind of the moments that y'all were touched, the moments that y'all were inspired, and the moments that y'all really that really stuck to you throughout this experience. And so we've invited a couple of folks to come and share about from both the Tzu Chi and the Young Professional track to share. And the first person that we have to share is Linda Chen from Emory University. So if we could all give her a big round of virtual applause as we invite her to the stage. Linda?
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Linda. I'm from Emory, or from the southern region, and yeah, I'm really happy to share some of my thoughts and reflections that I have for the 3-day courses. And first, I want to say thank you to all the people who have planned all the sessions. They are all really good, and they are all actually very well tied together. So I really like yesterday's sessions because first of all, I got to connect with and talk to a lot of amazing people, amazing Tsuching members from all the other regions that I don't really know much about before. And I know that everyone has really amazing ideas. And from yesterday, it's actually a really great opportunity because during the discussion sessions, when I was sharing my personal experiences and thoughts with my own Tsuching chapter, it's really a great opportunity for me to reflect on what I have gained in the past 2 years with Tsuching and what I learned and what I have grown. So it's a really valuable experience and a really important thing for me and for a lot of us to do regularly, to reflect our journey with Tsuching. And also from yesterday's sessions, I feel like I learned more, I deepened my understanding of the meaning and values of Tsuchi. And I think that is also very crucial, not only just to make us volunteers know more about the direction and the purpose behind our actions. It also ties to today's sessions that because we know more about what we are doing and why we are doing them, so we can better explain it to other people and apply them during the new member recruitment, which is a really important step every year. And also for today's sessions, they are a really good practice and also a reminder for me that, a new semester is starting and we are going back to in person. So we have a lot of things to prepare so that we can keep our chapters alive and thrive, which is a very important part. And I was a bit nervous in today's practice of the several approaches, during the teaching part and also during the practice of the ideation methodologies. But I think these experiences will build me with a more practices, and we are gonna take them back to our own chapter so that we can apply it in our future recruitment and events in this upcoming year. So yeah, in general, I really feel like I learned a lot from the 3-day sessions, and it's really hard to compact them in a few sentences. So I think I said a lot of things, but yeah, really thank you all for planning these sessions, and it's really happy to attend the courses with all of you.
Thank you, Linda. We are so happy that you were able to connect with not only other Tsuching and other Tsuching alumni from across the country, but also with the content of the course. And we are thrilled about the fact that the things that we shared not only helped you get closer with the organization and with Tsuchi's values, but also help to prepare you as you start the exciting new academic semester, the first in-person academic semester in a while. So thanks for sharing. The next person who's going to share is Angel. Angel sang from UC Davis up in the Northwest region. Angel?
Hi everyone. I'm Angel and from the UC Davis chapter. And I'll just like to thank the staffs, the facilitators, and the planning team for planning this conference, for giving me the chance to be here with you all and learn from you all. I really learned a lot. And I think that it's very great to learn from all of the different aspects of leadership, where day one, I got to learn more about my personality and what my leadership style is like. And day two, I really got to learn about the deep roots of Tzu Chi and really reflect on why am I serving, what are my intentions, and how can I combine the core values and teachings of Tzu Chi and apply them to my actual volunteering experience at my chapter. And in day three today, I really got to develop my leadership skills because I've always been a very shy person. And so doing public speaking, the pitching part really got me feeling really nervous. But I feel like the more practice that I get, the better I am. Yeah. So, and I think that it's very useful and a valuable skill to have since we're having in-person instruction in the upcoming fall. And I've actually never done like in-person pitching for like other students because I've been only pitching virtually. So this practice today is very useful for me and kind of got me, prepare for in-person pitching. Yeah, I think I'm ready. Yeah, and I just want to thank you to all the people who designed these classes. I can tell how much effort that you've put into designing these classes, planning out the details. Since I've learned through the last class where we had to like plan out events and stuff, like it's not an easy job. And like every step has to be like, taken care of and considered a lot of like different circumstances and factors. So I know that how hard it must be to put together like a bunch of different classes like this. So really want to give you like a great round of applause. So thank you so much. And I hope everyone is, safe and healthy out there, and please rest well. And very excited to get back into, in-person instruction in the fall. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Angel. I'm thrilled, and I'm sure the planning team is thrilled that we are thrilled that you feel like you've been able to grow so much just over the past 3 days. I think both Alex Grabner as well as Sean Tan, the speakers from yesterday, both mentioned and described Tzu Chi as a path, right? And Tzu Chi as a place for us to develop and grow together. And certainly, I think we as the planning team have definitely grown as we have prepared the curriculum for you all, but also we are really happy that you have also grown as well, and whether it's personally or professionally, and are thrilled and thankful to hear that sharing. The last person that we have to share is David Chen from Texas A&M University. David?
Hello, can everyone hear me? I think, yeah, I'll just get started. So first of all, I want to thank everyone for all the staff that prepare those courses and design those courses there, and all those speakers that was welcome to the conference. It's the whole experience is really amazing and well done, and I appreciate how welcoming and how supportive you are to all of the officers, who some might be new, some might be returning old officers, but we're have a very good learning experience throughout the conference. And the very first thing I want to talk about is that I'm very happy to like knowing all the new peoples like around like, you know, like the United States, like from different chapters. It's like really nice to see like like how like other like chapters doing, and like they're like sharing their experience and their passions toward the TC. And like, and specifically, I really love the format of this conference because like it's very like discussion focused, and like this like kind of allows me to, you know, more about like what different people like, or like what different like chapters like are doing, or like how are they dealing with their own chapter, and also like talk knowing those all those amazing ideas about like the things that we discuss about. And like the second thing that I want to talk about is the learning portion of like the conference. It's like throughout the whole conference, it's just like constant like big brain like knowledge just blasting through me, and I love it really much. It's like some, if I knew already, but it's like kind of refreshing because like I just got back to the state. I actually took a year break from school, and like this is kind of refreshing, just like wakes me up like as a person, or like as a officer in general. And some new stuff, I was like, I can utilize that very well. Like I hope I can utilize those like skills like very well in the upcoming semester, and like hopefully like increase like our own chapters, like, you know, like members, and like, yeah. And the another part I really like about this conference is the part that like Shang Dan Shishong, I think, sorry if I like mispronounce like his name, but like Shang Shishong, like he talked about like his like connecting the spiritual way to home, and talk about the root of like TC origin, and talk about like his life stories and how it goes. And that kind of like really hits me like in some ways, even though like my life is kind of a little bit different like from his, but like it's like at some level like the confusions like during our like lives like that I like kind of like go through in the past few years because of COVID, and a lot of like hardships like, you know, hits. And it's like that like speech kind of like kind of enlightened me in a way. And like there's like one saying that I really like. It's like life is miserable when like one is confused, as he cannot make up his own mind. Because like a few months ago, I actually was exactly like that. Like I am very confused about like what should I do, or like for a second like I thought like I wasn't coming back to the United States to continue with my study. Like I was like, just like staying home. But like after like yeah, like after everything, but like things gets better when I start to, you know, have a more positive mind, and just like take it slow, and just like think about my life, and just like try and get back to the like human, like in the my normal life, if that makes sense. Like that really, it's like a process that I really enjoy. And I think that like along the process, a bunch of my like TC families like like helped me a lot throughout the process, like especially like Alan and Eric. Yeah, they helped me a lot like throughout the process. Like not only, yeah, it's just like I encountered a lot of like difficulties. Like I cannot move my stuff, and like, you know, I still have stuff here. I'm worried about like where should I go after I got here, because I'm like for a minute I was like I got no place to stay. But like Alan is just like, yo, do you want to come and like, you know, just like live with me and stuff. And like I'm very thankful that, you know, TC is like a natural family, and like, you know, take care of each other. And I really appreciate like the what they did for me. And but besides that, like, yeah, I would say like, yeah. And he's like, not only he's like asking me to, do you want to join the conference and stuff. I was like, yeah, like why not, because like the conference is just happening right after like I'll come back to US. And I'm very glad that I like, you know, attend the conference of this year. And I hopefully like I will continue to spread the positivity and like the positive energy to like other people, and spread like the warm and kindness like to more and more people through like to my campus. Like yeah, hope like more people join our local TC chapter. And yeah, thank you everyone for like having me, and like thank you all the staffs and like just like USTCCA in general, like to make the whole thing possible. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you, David, for sharing. We are absolutely sure that with a loving family, loving Tzu Chi family as the one that you have just described, you can definitely contribute and also pass on that love, that those positive energies to those around you. And of course, as you mentioned, Sean's reflections on Tzu Chi as a means to help you kind of be less confused in life. I think that absolutely rings true to many of us as we encounter stress, as we encounter uncertainty, as we are confused ourselves. We often can look to our friends in Tzu Chi, our advisors, our Sugu Subo, and as well as the teachings and the values that we learn from Tzu Chi for that sense of direction and guidance. So thanks again for sharing. I'm now going to pass it over to my friend Jack to introduce the two folks on the young professional track who will share. Jack?
Thanks, Steve. And it's so great to be back in the TCCA track with other young Tzu Chi members. So for now, I'd like to welcome to the floor a former UT Austin Tzu Chi alumni, but now she moved to the headquarter region, Alex Xuejie. Go ahead.
Yay, thanks, Jack. Okay, so hello, TC family. If I haven't met you yet, my name is Alice Jean. I was super fortunate to grow up with TC. Just a little bit about me. I started at TC Academy, Houston, Texas. I'm in kindergarten, and then I continued through Tzu Sao, Tzu Ching, Tzu Chi alumni, and now advisor of UCR, so University of California at Riverside, Tzu Ching, with Tina Sugu. However, TC conference never fails to re-inspire my passion for service and spreading this great love to all corners of the world. So the new advisor and young professional tracks this year, along with the Tzu Ching track, really allowed me to connect with people from different stages of life and learn from their experiences. De Yen Sifu yesterday gave me a great reminder to remember the importance of taking a pause and slowing down. I feel that TC conference every year gives me this really valuable opportunity to take a moment from my busy life as a doctor and just really deeply reflect on myself. So my past, what I can celebrate, what I can improve on, my present, cherishing even the smallest blessing, and my future. Am I living out my purpose in life and walking along the path that is meaningful for both myself and for others? So I want to take this moment to thank each and every one of you for being here and really making a difference in my life. From the people I met at the conference, I wish I could name everyone's names, right, Eric? But we'd be here forever. But special thanks to the planning team for making this happen. To the UCR Tzu Ching I have the privilege of working with, Officer Charlene and Alejandra, I think they attended this conference. To my current HQ family, shout out to Tina and Susan Sugu and the many other Sugus. To my Central Dallas Medical School family, so shout out to Alan and Sabrina, I know you're on this call. And then to my roots in the southern region. So bring it back to UT Austin, Tzu Ching, Hookem, Fangwan School. Thank you for being here too, and all my UT Austin family and Houston family, of course. So although I sadly didn't get to meet everyone personally, like Eric said, you being here shows that you care a lot about yourself and others, enough to take this time out of your summer, your career, to really invest in yourself, right, in our global village. So as my Tzu Ching angel mama, Jessie Sugu, she always encouraged me to step out of my comfort zone. And inspired by Homing's awesome rhyming yesterday, here are some highlights of the conference for me this year in a nutshell. I hope they sparked the TC spirit in you, as they did for me. Credit goes to all the people who posted or said these boba pearls of wisdom. You know who you are. TC Tribe is a vibe. TC equals terrifically cuddly, aka Sugus. Nancy Sugu is a GSG, Grand Sugu. Remember to thank my parents often. Hype train, start small, quality over quantity. Let the fun speak for itself to have people come back. Even inspiring one person is 100% return and progress. Mutual benefit, so both will pay it forward. Make a small snowball into a large snowball. Life is like the stock market. Your path may not be linear, but you will find your way back home. Decouple your ego. Am I responding or reacting? Speak to others from a space of love. The first arrow hurts, but will we push that arrow deeper in or take that arrow out and heal? No one can make you unhappy or happy but yourself. Remember to hashtag #PaiPaiShow for yourself. You are inherently priceless, like a hidden gem. Set those boundaries. We cannot ask people to change themselves when we do not change ourselves first. Acknowledge your habitual tendencies and design life so that you do not get in the way of your success. Instead of hashtag find a dream job, actually hashtag find a dream boss who will advocate for you. Highest expression of our humanity. Smile. Be the candle. Be the light. When I am thirsty and given a choice between drinking a bottle of water or pouring into the well that can make more water for more people, I will choose to pour the water into the well because my actions can make a world of difference. If not me, who? Just do it. 做就对了。上人我会多用心. We are one big family. Thank you so much for giving me this time to share. Always remember that you are amazing.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you so much. And hashtag #PaiPaiShow. So it was great. Every year, gives me great pleasure and great joy to see familiar faces at a TCCA conference. But it's also great to meet new friends, and they're coming from all distance, from all areas. So next person, would like to welcome our Sher all the way from Canada, Sherry 学姐, sorry, Sherry 学姐.
Thank you, Jack. And I feel so pressured sharing after Alice, after all of that energy. I don't feel like I can reciprocate that. So I'm just going to start my sharing. So I just wanted to introduce myself quickly. My name is Sherry, and I'm from Toronto, Canada. And I graduated from University of Toronto in 2019. So it's about 2 years ago. And then I became a Tsuching in 2014 when I was in 11th grade in high school. And then I continued my journey throughout university. And now I just finished commissioner training, so we'll become certified hopefully next year in Taiwan when we're all able to go back. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of the staff member planning the entire conference. I know it's not easy to do it all virtually, and we've basically been also into the virtual environment. So it's a really, thank you so much for all of your efforts planning this wonderful conference. I have learned so much in the past few days, and I'm definitely going to bring all of my learnings back to Toronto. We definitely don't have as big of a team compared to the US. So I really hope that we can grow bigger in Eastern Canada. And I just wanted to say that just also because of COVID, I have the opportunity to attend the conference virtually because if not, I probably wouldn't fly all the way. It will just be a lot more time or resource constraint for me to fly to US. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to attend the conference virtually. So there are a few courses that I really wanted to highlight or mention. So the first class was yesterday, Sean Tan's sharing. I think a lot of people earlier have also kind of touched upon how his lesson kind of resonate with you all. So I think I really like how he shared his story, and I feel like I really resonate with his story because I feel like in our 20s, we are all searching for like our purpose in life, and we all want to kind of, I guess we're like young, and then we want to figure out like what we want to do and what our purpose is. So for me, I think it's to help people and do tsuji and to spread more love and influence more people so that they can also join tsuji and help even more people. And then the second class is the class today where we kind of shared about like our different challenges that we face in our different regions. And even though Canada and the US were two different countries, but we also share a lot of similar challenges. So I feel like there's so much that we can learn from each other, and hopefully at the even though today is the last day and this is the closing ceremony, I do hope that I can stay connected with you all in the future and we can share like different resources and share our experience in growing, recruiting more teaching, and then just sharing like our different good or bad experience so we can all learn from each other. So that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me to share today.
Thank you, Sherry Jie, and so glad to have you join us today or for this conference all the way from Canada. Even though today is the last day of the conference, it's also the first day that we emerge refreshed, recharged, and ready to take on new possibilities. Now, next, I would like to introduce a superstar in our team who has been guiding us throughout the entire planning process. Nancy Shigu, would you like? Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm honored to have the opportunity to share with you here. As one of the conference advisors, I personally observe how organized and hard work the planning teams have gone through to be able to give the classes in this conference. All it takes are commitment and teamwork and a strong will, wanting to bring the best to you, our attendees. To me, they made it successfully. So let me ask you, young leaders, are those classes in these past 3 days great? Please react your thumb up if you agree with me. Put your thumb up if you agree with me. Thank you. As you know that the conference curriculum this year spans 3 tracks, not only for teaching, but also for young professionals and teaching advisors. Because of the expansion, we had to invite more alumni and advisors from different regions to plan the curriculum. Guess what? I found that we have so many talented staff around who can stand up and be committed to help. And importantly, you attend the conference and catch this opportunity to learn more from and interact with them. And at the same time, you were also able to chip in your great idea with your fellow teaching during the classes. And Sigu Sibo heard your voice, I guarantee it. I'm thrilled, really, that our entire US teaching team is growing. And you all, our young leaders, are part of the team. So I strongly encourage you to find a time after the conference. Don't wait too long. Allow yourself in a calm mind and think what you have learned can be beneficial to your chapter and your team, and take an action to work with your officers to implement it. Personally, by participating in Just Advisors track, I've learned a lot from advisor story and the wisdom, of course, from 金色波 Dharma Masters, 德渊师父、德修师父 and 德成师父. I believe when we keep the faith and strive hard mindfully, one day we can grow to a strong team. Chen Yan Master said, we work hard so that we get to see the hope. The conference this year, we have truly witnessed it. 感恩 everyone who have been involved in the conference for your dedication, regardless any roles you play in this conference. Everyone is equally important because we want to grow the US team stronger and stronger. And we count on every one of you. I believe when we can create an impact to others, together we can make the world a better one. And last, I also want to感恩 US CEO support, regional advisor support, of course. Definitely also感恩 to the support from Taiwan, our spiritual home. Much, much 感恩 and love. Sugu love you all. See you next year. Take care.
Thank you, Nancy Sigu. And of course, I'd be remiss to say that this conference could also not happen without Nancy Sigu's mentorship, her advice, and her relentless support and behind the scenes work to make this happen. There is so much stuff that she does that you all don't know. There's so much stuff that she does that I don't know to make this happen, whether it's meetings, whether it's one-on-one calls, whether it's just meeting with Siching as well. And so we are very grateful to have Nancy Sugu, as well as all the other Sugus and our other advisors behind the scenes, working very hard to promote the conference and to make the conference the best that it can be. So thank you all. Speaking, Nancy Sugu mentioned a little bit about the support that we get from headquarters. And so I want to now invite Yihan Bao, who is officially the Youth Engagement Officer of Tzu Chi USA, to introduce herself and share a few thoughts as we welcome the new academic year, particularly for our TCCA chapters. Yihan.
Thank you, Steve. I'm very honored to be here. Through the 3 days conference, I learned so much from our Tzu Chings and my alumni friends, which helps with my job tremendously. Thank you, Steve, for introducing me. Yes, as many of you know, I'm currently working on this youth engagement initiative from headquarters. It's called Young Leaders. I was grateful for the opportunities throughout the conference to share this idea with our alumni friends as well as our Tzu Chi members. So the idea is we hope to build and strengthen a national network for our collegiate students and young professionals to learn from each other, to plan and attend some youth-oriented event projects, to attract more peers to join us, and to walk a suitable Tzu Chi path together. So it is Tzu Chi's goal to empower the next generation of new leaders to walk a path of compassion, thinking globally and acting locally. So I'm very excited today to share that we now have our youth-oriented website. Write it down if you have a notes with you. It's youngleaders.tzuchi.us. So share with your friends on campus or share with your friends in your workplace. Also, we have our social media accounts, Tzu Chi YL, and also we keep the Tzu Chi USA account for our collegiate students. So please follow us on Facebook and Instagram. We will keep posting on there to build this virtual network. Young Leaders Network is built for young leaders and led by young leaders. So we're also offering summer internship opportunities every year to our Tzu Chi and college students. So if you're interested, please keep an eye on our recruitment information next year. And I hope to work with you in the future. If any chapters, chapter members, advisors, or alumni, young professionals, if any of you need any kind of support from me, please send me an email or use our website to send me your message. I'm more than happy to offer my assistance and also learn and grow with you together in the Tzu Chi family. Thank you so much, and the best wishes for all.
Thank you, Yihan. And I know, and I think I speak on behalf of a lot of people, that we're really excited to be able to see some of these youth initiatives finally spring up and to be able to engage in them in the future. And so I'm sure many of us will be interacting with you, engaging with you much more in the future. So now we would like, now we have a little special little segment. This year, at this year's conference closing, we have the privilege, and we're very grateful for the attendance of several of our executive directors from across the country, from each of the main Tzu Chi regions. And so we want to give them a chance to share a few words and give a blessing to all of us as we start this next academic year. So this is in no particular order. It's just the order that I was given the names. I'm going to call on each executive director or regional executive to share a few thoughts, and then and to hear some of their wisdom for us. So first we have from the Northeast region, Freeman Sibo.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Okay, this is Freeman from Northeast region. After I listen to all your sharing, I feel very excited and feel very heartwarming and so touching. And I really support all of our young leaders, whatever you try to do. And from the Northeast region, I will fully support. And I believe after you learn from the leadership conference, I wish all of you practice more compassion and make more good friends, and make sure stay with the Tzu Chi family in your whole life, and let we create a better future together. Thank you. And thanks all the staff and the Sigu Sibo accompanied with this conference. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Freeman Sibuo. Next, we have Frank Sibuo from DC.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, this is Frank Sibuo from DC. And Ihan asked, we have to be creative. So I'm gonna entertain you with a song to start with, okay? The name of the song is called We Raise You Up. We raise you up so you can stand on mountains. We raise you up to walk on stormy sea. You are strong when you are on my shoulders. We raise you up to more than you can be. Searching fellow, go, go, go. Be brave, be courageous. May you cultivate both blessings and wisdom. Best wishes to you all and good luck. Thank you. I think it's a nice camp that there are many staff that put all this together year after year. And I believe everybody benefit from there. And we wish you are growing from this, learning from this camp that go back to your regional, and then we can hand in hand to make the future even better. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank Sibuo, and thank you for singing the song for us. I definitely think that it really shows how intertwined Tzu Ching's growth is with our regional executives' support. So we really appreciate all that you do behind the scenes to support us. Next, we have from the Midwest region, I think we have Xie Sibuo and Yang Mei Sigu.
Hello, 大家好. I'm Sibuo from Chicago, and this is Yamei School
from Chicago too.
Okay, thank you and congratulations for on this success camp. Okay, I just want to say a few words here. As a Tzu Ching, I know you were engaged in all kinds of Tzu Chi activities. And while we're doing that, you will see a lot of suffering of the people. Okay, when you see all these sufferings, and we hope you will realize how blessed you are, and therefore you should cherish your blessing and show more blessing. So, and while walking on the Tzu Chi path, one of your main goals actually is to cultivate the blessing and the wisdom for yourself, right? So we sincerely wish you great success in cultivating your blessing and wisdom by taking our Master Zheng Yan's Dharma into your heart and applying this Dharma to your daily life. And I sincerely wish you live a affliction-free life and a meaningful life. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Gu.
And I need, love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Xie Sibuo and Yang Mei Sigu. We can definitely feel your love from all corners of the country and of the continent and of the world. And we will definitely keep in mind Tzu Chi's dual mission of cultivating wisdom and serving with compassion. So thank you for that blessing and reminder. Next, we have Shirley Sugu from the Northwest region.
Okay. Hi, dear family members. My name is Shirley Leong. I'm here on behalf of our CEO, Brother Minjin. He and our ERT team went to BOC for a firewire disaster relief. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to hear each and every one of you to sharing. I know that you all learned a lot and are very happy too. But anyway, as you know, happiness is the only thing that multiplies when you share it. And as our master say, when you give your light to more people, it will make your light shine even brighter. So I really wishing you all the best and good luck to you. And really thank you all the team people, they put a lot of work in there. So I will do that. 你真的好能干，你真的很能干，你真的好能干。You are wonderful. You are wonderful. You are wonderful. Tzu Chi, go, go, go. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley Sugu, for the lovely motto and also for your kind wishes as we create a bigger family, grow our family, and pass the candle to as many people as possible. I think our last regional executive that we have here is Jackson Sybil and Debbie Sugu from the headquarters region.
Thank you, Steve. Actually, we have a recording about 4.5 hours. I think this afternoon. I just got back from Jingsi. Anyway, I'm very pleased to see you all participate in our TCCA's camps. In the last 3 days, if you know how to connect your learning of the last 3 days to your personal life, apply to your personal life, that will be the key of your future Tzu Chi journeys, which is extremely important as far as I'm concerned. If you just come into the camp without applying to the personal life, you probably won't get that much result as you expected. So first of all, I would suggest you try. In the meantime, I would let you know, you all have a home of the Tzu Chi. All the Sibu Sibo will be your supporters in any different places, almost wherever you go, with 9 different regions, 67 different liaison office. You always can find Tzu Chi home, so long as you would like to have it. So very, very important. Remember, when you're hitting some problem and you won't be able to go any further, the first thing you think, who will be able to help? That's our big Tzu Chi's family. Again, thank you so much for your coming in, for your joining with us. And I know it's the end of the program anyway, because I just in and out. The last couple of days, actually pretty busy in our headquarters anyway, but I try not to miss it. So I actually left a little earlier than there's still a program going on in our headquarters right now, but I left earlier, just coming back here to participate at this closing ceremony. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jackson Sybil, for finding time in your busy weekend schedule to share your remarks and to welcome us into the big Tzu Chi family, no matter where we are, no matter which office we are located closest to. We know that there is always a Tzu Chi home for us wherever we go. So thank you again. And I think that wraps up all the regional executives that we have. I want to thank them all again for sharing their blessings with us. And for all their wisdom as we enter the next year. So that brings this year's conference to a close. It has been a very fun and very quick 3 days. I know on the TCCA, the Tzu Ching track, but I'm sure it's been very fun and very quick on the young professional and alumni track as well. We sincerely hope that you have felt at home and learned something new, something interesting, and something applicable during these classes. As we close out today's day, we want to conclude with our interfaith prayer. The prayer, as a reminder, is a calling for us to calm our minds and hearts and sincerely share good blessings with those around us who are suffering. It is a reminder for us to take a step back, take a step out, and contextualize our presence in the world around us. We invite you all, we invite all of you to join the prayer in whatever manner is most comfortable for you. Now, please place your palms and let's have the prayer. And so I think Roger is going to share his screen now.
Just give me 1 second. You all can see the screen.
All the Buddhas
All right, thank you for joining in that prayer. We have some final conference reminders to share before we close. The first is that we do have a conference evaluation survey. So if you were on the Tzu track, we will, the survey link is there. I believe we will share it in the Zoom chat window as well. These surveys, I want to reiterate, are really helpful because they help us as a planning team understand how effective this year's classes were at meeting our conference objectives and how well they align with your expectations, your needs, and your interests. So we ask that you answer the questions honestly and sincerely, and that your responses will be anonymous. So they won't be linked to you. So we will put that in the chat, and we will also email that to all of you. Please take it for us. We appreciate that feedback. Secondly, we will be sharing many of the resources that we developed to everyone post-conference. These resources include a lot of the brainstorming activities and results that we did today, as well as some of the guides, like the pitch guide, like the social media guide that we developed. That will be shared with all of you within the next few weeks. And so please check your emails for that information. And lastly, this is my final reminder, we have set up a Discord server for your post-conference reflections, activities, shenanigans, fun, whatever you want to use the Discord server for. So we welcome you, we invite you to join that. The invitation to join has been sent out each day in the conference recap and reminders email. So take a look at that and join if you haven't already. And so with that, thank you for attending this year's conference. We are really grateful for your attendance and really do look forward that next year's conference will be in person. So if we could all conclude by doing the 3 bows, that would be great. Thank you. So please rise. Place your palms together. First bow. Second bow. And third bow. All right, please be seated. Thank you again, and have a fantastic rest of your summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Steve. Great job done.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. I don't even know who's talking, but I heard Nancy Suku. Thank you. If you're the planning team, we are going to meet in the planning team soon. Otherwise, Brian, we are done for the day. We are done for conference.
Okay, I passed the host back to Tzu USA.